Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Asterly Explains. Tonight, we are doing something a little ambitious. We are going to cover the entire internet, the whole thing, where it came from, who built it, how it actually works underneath, every wire and every argument and every accident along the way. I did an unreasonable amount of research for this one, so get comfortable, turn the lights down, and if you enjoy these long videos, subscribing genuinely helps the channel. All right, let's begin. I want you to think about your day today, just an ordinary day. Maybe you woke up, and before your feet touched the floor, you were already looking at your phone, checking messages, scrolling something. Maybe you sent a text to someone in another city, and it arrived before you finished putting the phone down. Maybe you ordered food at some point. You tapped a picture of a meal, and 20 minutes later, a stranger on a motorbike handed it to you at your door. You never spoke to the restaurant. You never handed anyone money. Maybe you searched for something, some half-formed question, typed with your thumb, spelled wrong. And in about half a second, you had 10 answers ranked in order of how useful a machine guessed they would be. Maybe you sent an email. Maybe you paid a bill. Maybe you video called your mother and watched her face move in real time from 4,000 kilometers away. Maybe you just lay there watching videos of a man restoring old furniture or a cat falling off a shelf. And the videos kept coming, one after another, without you asking. And here's the thing I want to sit with for a moment before we start the story. Every single one of those moments, the text, the food, the search, your mother's face, involved your device breaking your request into little pieces, wrapping each piece in an envelope with an address written on it, and firing those envelopes into a global system of glass threads and radio waves and humming buildings, where dozens of machines you will never see each read the address, made a decision in a few millionths of a second, and passed the envelope along. Some of those pieces crossed the floor of an ocean, down where it is completely dark and the pressure would crush a car. There is a cable about as thick as a garden hose, and your message very possibly went through it as a pulse of light. And then everything came back to you, was reassembled in the right order, checked for errors, decrypted, and painted onto your screen as pixels. And the whole round trip took less time than a blink. Nobody is in charge of this. That is the strangest part. There is no headquarters. There is no main computer. There is no company called the Internet. It is tens of thousands of separate networks owned by companies and governments and universities that often do not like each other, all voluntarily agreeing to speak the same language and pass each other's envelopes along. It is the largest machine human beings have ever built. It is arguably the largest machine that has ever existed, and most of us use it a few hundred times a day without ever once thinking about what it is. So tonight, that is what we are going to do. We are going to take it apart, slowly, piece by piece, all the way down. And to do that properly, we cannot start in 1969, where most tellings of this story start. We have to go back further, because the internet did not begin with computers. It began with a much older human problem. The problem that information could only travel as fast as a person could carry it. For almost all of human history, a message moved at the speed of feet, hooves, or sails. If you wanted to tell someone something, the words had to physically travel. The Persians built relay stations with fresh horses. The Romans built roads, partly so that orders could move. There were chains of signal fires on hilltops, and drums, and pigeons, and men standing on towers, waving wooden arms in coded positions, which the French actually built into a national network in the 1790s. Hundreds of towers relaying messages across the country, weather permitting. But fundamentally, if you were in London and your daughter was in New York, and something happened to her, you would find out in about 10 days, if the weather was good. News of a death arrived after the funeral. Markets in different cities ran on different information. The world was, in a very real sense, not one place. It was thousands of separate places, loosely stitched together by ships and riders. And then, in the 1830s and 1840s, a handful of people worked out that you could push electricity down a wire and make something click at the other end. Instantly. No horse. No ship. The wire did not care about distance in any way a human could feel. The person usually credited in America is Samuel Morse, a portrait painter of all things. And the reason he cared is genuinely sad. In 1825, he was away from home painting a commission when a letter reached him saying his wife was ill. He left immediately. By the time he got home, she had already been buried. The message had simply traveled too slowly. There is a decent argument that grief is one of the reasons the telegraph exists. Morse and his partner, Alfred Vail, developed a working electric telegraph and a code of dots and dashes for spelling out letters, which you have heard of, because it is called Morse code. And in May of 1844, Morse sat in the chamber of the Supreme Court in Washington and tapped out a message on a wire that ran about 60 kilometers to Baltimore. The message was a quote from the Bible, chosen by the daughter of a friend. "What hath God wrought?" Which is a dramatic thing to send as the first official message, but honestly, fair enough. And here is where the story starts to rhyme with everything that comes later. Because what happened next is exactly what would happen with the internet 150 years later. The telegraph exploded. Within 10 years, there were tens of thousands of kilometers of wire in America alone. News agencies formed because now, news could outrun the newspaper. Companies started doing business over the wire. People sent love letters in Morse code. Telegraph operators, sitting in stations all night, chatted with each other down the line during quiet hours, made friends, played checkers by wire, and occasionally fell in love with someone they had never seen, all through dots and dashes. There were even scams. There were people who tapped into wires to steal information about horse races. If any of that sounds familiar, it should. We did not change. We just got better wires. Then came the truly outrageous idea. If a wire could cross a country, could a wire cross an ocean? A businessman named Cyrus Field spent years and multiple fortunes trying to lay a telegraph cable across the Atlantic from Ireland to Newfoundland. The first attempts simply failed. The cable snapped in water 3 kilometers deep and was gone. In 1858, on something like the 5th attempt, they made it. The two ends were connected, and Queen Victoria and President Buchanan exchanged formal greetings through the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. People lost their minds. There were parades, 100-gun salutes, fireworks. In New York, the fireworks were so enthusiastic that they set City Hall on fire, which feels like the most human possible way to celebrate a communications breakthrough. The Queen's message, by the way, took about 16 hours to transmit. It was 98 words. The signal was so faint after crossing 4,000 kilometers of cable that operators could barely read it. And after about 3 weeks, an engineer, convinced that more voltage would make things faster, pushed so much current into the cable that he cooked it. The insulation failed somewhere out in the deep, and the whole thing went silent. It took 8 more years and a much better cable before a permanent link was made in 1866. But from that point on, the continents could talk. By the end of the 1800s, cables ran to India, Australia, across the Pacific. A merchant in London could know the price of cotton in Bombay the same day. Journalists at the time called the telegraph network the great nervous system of the planet. And some modern historians have called it the Victorian Internet, because socially, it did everything our internet does. It shrank the world, created new crimes, new jobs, new anxieties, and a new feeling that events everywhere were happening now. But the telegraph had a limit. It carried taps, trained operators, translating letters into clicks, maybe a few dozen words a minute. The next step was carrying the actual human voice. Alexander Graham Bell patented the telephone in 1876, and there is a whole side story about Elisha Gray filing a similar claim the very same day. And people still argue about it. But the short version is that the telephone happened, and it spread even faster than the telegraph, because you did not need training to use it. You just talked. And the telephone forces us to meet an idea that matters enormously for our story: the idea of the circuit. In the early days, when you made a phone call, here is what physically happened. You picked up your phone, and a human being, an operator, usually a young woman wearing a headset in a room full of cables, asked who you wanted. And she took a cable and physically plugged your line into the other person's line. Copper connected to copper. For the length of your call, there was one continuous electrical path from your mouth to their ear, reserved entirely for the two of you. Nobody else could use any part of that path until you hung up. That is called circuit switching. You establish a dedicated line, you use it, you release it. It is a completely reasonable design for voices, and it is worth pausing on the sheer scale it reached. The telephone network became, for a while, the biggest machine on Earth. Millions of kilometers of copper, giant exchange buildings in every city, and eventually machines, instead of human operators, doing the plugging. And I cannot skip the story of why the operators got automated, because it is one of my favorite stories in all of engineering. In the 1880s, there was an undertaker in Kansas City named Alman Stroger, a funeral director, and he became convinced that the local telephone operator was married to a rival undertaker, and that when grieving families called asking for a funeral home, she was connecting them to her husband instead of to Stroger. So, out of pure commercial spite, this undertaker invented the automatic telephone exchange, a machine that could connect calls based on numbers you dialed, with no human in the middle who could play favorites. He patented it in 1891. The rotary dial telephone descends from his design, which means part of the reason you can tap a phone number today with no operator listening in is that one man in Kansas was worried about losing corpses to a competitor. So by the middle of the 20th century, the world already had a global, instant communication system. The telephone network, circuits of copper, switching offices, undersea cables. In 1956, after decades where transatlantic calls had to go over crackly shortwave radio, the first transatlantic telephone cable, called TAT-1, went into service between Scotland and Newfoundland. It was a marvel of its age. Engineers gave it amplifiers that had to survive on the seabed untouched for decades, and it worked beautifully. And this marvel, this beautiful cable, could carry 36 calls at the same time. 36 total, between North America and Europe. If you were the 37th person who wanted to call London, you waited. Hold that thought, because the entire internet is hiding inside it. A dedicated circuit is luxurious and simple, and it is also incredibly wasteful. When you are on a phone call, most of the time, nobody is actually saying anything. There are pauses, breaths, silences. That expensive circuit across the ocean sits there reserved for you, carrying silence. For human conversation, fine. That is the price of intimacy. But a new kind of user was about to show up. A user that did not talk in a smooth, continuous stream, but in the sudden sun of violent bursts with long silences in between. A user that was about to make circuit switching look absurd. The computer. Now, in the 1950s, computers were not personal. That phrase would have sounded like a joke. A computer was a machine the size of a room, sometimes the size of a small building, that cost millions of dollars, needed its own air conditioning, and belonged to a university, a corporation, or the military. There were maybe a few thousand of them on the whole planet, and using one was miserable in a way that is hard to imagine now. You did not sit at a computer. You wrote your program by hand, punched it onto a stack of cardboard cards, one line of code per card, and handed the stack to a technician through a window. Then you went away. Hours later, sometimes the next day, you came back and got a printout. And if you had made one typo, the printout said something like syntax error, and you fixed your card and got back in line. People guarded their card stacks like babies. Dropping a tray of punched cards and having them land out of order was a genuine tragedy that happened to real people. The machine, meanwhile, was mostly idle between jobs. So in the early 1960s, a clever idea took hold, called time sharing. Instead of feeding the computer one job at a time, you connected dozens of typewriter terminals to it at once, and the computer switched its attention between all the users so fast that each person felt like they had the machine to themselves. This sounds mundane. It was revolutionary. For the first time, using a computer was a conversation. You typed. It answered. And time-sharing quietly introduced a new experience into human life. People on the same computer could leave messages for each other. They shared files. Little communities formed around each machine, which raised an obvious question. If I can talk to everyone on my computer, why can't I talk to people on your computer? And you can watch how far the sharing idea could travel by looking at a small college town in New Hampshire. At Dartmouth, a mathematician named John Kemeny, who had once worked as a young assistant to Einstein and would later become the college's president, wrote to the National Science Foundation in 1963 and asked for money to do something the grant reviewers frankly doubted was possible. He wanted to build a full-time sharing system, and he wanted to build it mostly with undergraduates. He got the funding anyway. And at 4 a.m. on the 1st of May, 1964, a General Electric computer at Dartmouth ran the first programs written in a brand new language that Kemeny and his colleague Thomas Kurtz had designed so that anyone could learn it in an afternoon. They called it BASIC. Time sharing plus BASIC meant a sophomore studying poetry could sit down at a terminal and make a computer obey before breakfast. And that was precisely the point. Kemeny and Kurtz believed computing belonged to everyone, and they proved it on a campus in the woods years before Silicon Valley made the same promise. At the same time, something else was pushing money into exactly this question. And that something was the Cold War. In October 1957, the Soviet Union put Sputnik into orbit, and the United States had a full national panic about falling behind in science. One response was the creation, in 1958, of a small agency inside the Pentagon called ARPA, the Advanced Research Projects Agency. Its job was basically to fund wild, long-shot research so that America would never be surprised like that again. Remember that name, because ARPA is about to pay for the internet. In 1962, ARPA hired a man named J.C.R. Licklider to run its computing research. Licklider is one of the most important people in this whole story, and almost nobody outside the field knows his name. He was not primarily an engineer. He was a psychologist. He studied how people think, and he had come to believe that computers should be partners for human thought, not calculating machines you hand cards to. And he wrote memos in the early 60s when computers still filled rooms, describing a future network of computers where people everywhere could access information and programs from anywhere, where communities would form around shared interests instead of shared geography. He addressed some of those memos, half as a joke, to the members of the Intergalactic Computer Network. That was his phrase, 1963. He also predicted, in writing, that one day people would be able to communicate through a machine better than face-to-face, and that whatever this network became, it would be a boon to humanity if, and he really did include this condition, everyone could afford to be on it. Licklider did not build the network. What he did was arguably more effective. He spent ARPA's money on a whole generation of researchers who believed what he believed. And then those people built it. One of them, Bob Taylor, ended up running the same ARPA office a few years later. And Taylor had a very concrete daily annoyance. In his office at the Pentagon, he had 3 separate terminals, connected to 3 separate computers in 3 different states, each with its own login, its own commands, its own community. And he thought, this is stupid. Why do I need 3 terminals? Why can't these machines talk to each other? In 1966, Taylor walked into his boss's office and pitched a project to link ARPA's research computers into one experimental network. The meeting reportedly took 20 minutes, and he walked out with $1 million. He then spent a long time convincing a brilliant, slightly reluctant young engineer named Larry Roberts to come manage the project. The network would be called the ARPANET. But before anyone could build it, there was a hard technical question with no agreed answer. What does it even mean to connect computers? The obvious approach was the telephone approach. Dial a circuit between machine A and machine B. Hold it open. Send data down it. And the obvious approach was wrong, for the reason I planted earlier. Computers talk in bursts. A terminal session might send a flurry of characters, then nothing for 30 seconds, while the human thinks. Holding a dedicated long-distance circuit open for that is like hiring a taxi to sit outside your house all day because you might need milk later. The answer had already been invented, twice, independently, on 2 continents, by 2 men trying to solve completely different problems. The first was Paul Baran. He was born in Poland in 1926, came to America as a small child, and in the late 1950s, he was working at RAND, the think tank that did strategy studies for the American military. And Baran was working on possibly the darkest engineering problem of the 20th century: nuclear command and control. The worry was this: the long-distance communication system of the United States was centralized. There were major switching centers, and if a first strike destroyed a handful of them, the president might not be able to order a response or even find out what was happening. Ironically, the fragility itself made war more likely, because a weapon that can be knocked out in one blow invites that blow. So Baran asked, what would a communication network look like if it were built to survive? And his answer had 2 parts, both of which run the internet you use today. First, no center. Instead of a few big switching stations, build a fishnet. A distributed mesh of many small nodes, each connected to several neighbors, so that between any 2 points there are many possible paths. Knock out some nodes, and messages simply flow around the hole, the way water flows around a rock. He had been reading about the brain, actually, and how it can sometimes recover from damage by rerouting functions around dead tissue. He wanted a network shaped like that. Second, and this is the deep one, chop the messages up. Do not send a message as one continuous stream down one path. Cut it into small, fixed-size blocks. Give each block the address of where it is going, and let each block find its own way through the mesh, hopping from node to node, with each node reading the address and passing it toward the destination by whatever path is currently alive and uncrowded. At the far end, collect the blocks and reassemble the message. Baran called them message blocks. Each node would grab an incoming block, hold it just long enough to pick a direction and toss it onward. He called the routing style hot potato routing, which tells you everything about the spirit of it. Baran worked this out around 1960 to 1964, wrote it up in a series of reports, and then watched it go absolutely nowhere. AT&T, the phone monopoly, whose network would have to host such a system, thought the idea was nonsense. There is a famous story of an AT&T executive telling him, first, it can't possibly work, and second, even if it did, we're not going to build a competitor to ourselves. The military didn't build it either. The reports sat on shelves. Meanwhile, in Britain, a physicist named Donald Davies arrived at almost exactly the same design from the opposite direction. Davies worked at the National Physical Laboratory near London, and as a young man, he had worked alongside Alan Turing on one of the very first stored program computers. Davies did not care about nuclear war. He cared about the burstiness problem. He wanted ordinary people and businesses to use remote computers cheaply, and he could see that dedicated circuits made that economically impossible because you would pay for silence. So in 1965 and 1966, he proposed the same core idea. Split data into small blocks, label them, and interleave everybody's blocks on shared lines. So the expensive wires are always full of useful traffic from many users at once. And because he was thinking about it as a kind of postal system for data, he wanted a friendly name for the little blocks. He chose the word packet, a small package. That is where the word comes from. When your phone shows packet loss, you're reading Donald Davies's vocabulary. Davies also could not get his country to fund the full national network he designed. The British Treasury was not interested. He built a working version inside his own laboratory, one node connecting the building, and it ran for years. But the big version of the idea needed someone with money and a mission, which brings us back to ARPA. When Larry Roberts was designing the ARPANET, the ideas of Baran and Davies flowed into the project. Davies's through a conference presentation that reached Roberts's team, Baran's through his reports, and then Baran himself as an advisor. A third figure, Leonard Kleinrock at UCLA, had done the mathematics of how such networks would behave under load. Queuing theory, the study of things waiting in lines, which gave everyone confidence that shared lines full of interleaved packets would not simply seize up. So the design settled. The ARPANET would be a packet switching network. The expensive research computers, the hosts, would not talk to each other directly. Instead, each site would get a dedicated small computer called an Interface Message Processor, an IMP. And the IMPs would form the network, connected to each other by leased telephone lines running at 50 kilobits per second. Your host talked to your IMP got the packets to the destination IMP, and the destination IMP handed them to the destination host. The IMP was, in modern language, a router. The ancestors of the little blinking box in your living room were refrigerator-sized armored cabinets, and each one cost about as much as a nice house. In 1968, ARPA sent out the request for bids to build the IMPs. IBM reportedly declined on the grounds that no such network could ever be cost-effective. The contract went in January 1969 to a smallish consulting firm in Cambridge, Massachusetts, called Bolt, Beranek and Newman, BBN, which was full of ex-MIT people. Senator Edward Kennedy sent the company a congratulatory telegram, and whoever transcribed it got the name slightly wrong. So it congratulated BBN for winning the contract to build the interfaith message processor. The engineers loved that. There is something fitting about it too, because getting different kinds of computers to talk to each other genuinely was interfaith work. BBN had about 8 months to deliver the first IMP, working from ruggedized Honeywell mini-computers with 12,000 words of memory. A word of memory then was 16 bits, so if you do the arithmetic, the first router on the internet had well under 1/10 of a megabyte to work with. The team worked brutal hours, found wiring faults, rewrote everything, and on schedule, over Labor Day weekend of 1969, IMP number 1 arrived by air freight at UCLA, where Kleinrock's group was waiting. Number 2 went to the Stanford Research Institute, SRI, a few hundred kilometers north, a month later. And that brings us to the evening of October 29th, 1969, and my single favorite moment in the history of technology. At UCLA, a graduate student named Charlie Klein sat down to attempt the first host-to-host message over the ARPANET. The plan was completely unglamorous. He was going to log in to the SRI computer remotely. Just type the word login. That was the whole ambition. At the other end, at SRI, a programmer named Bill Duvall was standing by. And because this was a first attempt and nobody trusted anything, Klein and Duvall were also connected by telephone, wearing headsets, confirming each character as it went. Which means the old network was midwife to the new one. The telephone system was on the line, watching its own successor being born. Klein typed the letter LL. Down the line at SRY, Duvall's machine received it. Got the L? Said the voice on the phone. Klein typed O. Got the O. Klein typed G, and the SRI computer crashed. So the first message ever sent across the network that became the internet was LO, not login, just LO. The system fell over after 2 letters. They restarted, and about an hour later, the full login worked fine, and the world had its first computer network connection. But history got its opening line by accident. Lo, like lo and behold. Kleinrock has joked about this for 50 years, that they could not have scripted a better first word if they had tried. And he is right. Every grand thing in this story starts as something small, failing halfway through. By the end of 1969, there were 4 nodes. UCLA, SRI, the University of California at Santa Barbara, and the University of Utah. 4 rooms in 4 buildings in the American West, connected by leased phone lines, exchanging packets. That was the entire internet, more or less, as the 60s ended. You could visit all of it in a day. It is worth pausing on how those 4 dots got chosen, because it tells you what kind of creature this was at birth. It was a university project, top to bottom. In 1968, some of the country's best computer scientists gathered at a ski lodge in Alta, Utah, and talked through the idea of actually wiring their laboratories together. The University of Utah made the list of first nodes largely because of one man, David Evans, the first chair of its computer science department, who had turned a mountain campus into a world capital of computer graphics, hiring pioneers like Ivan Sutherland, and training graduate students like John Warnock, who went on to found Adobe. Utah came online in December 1969 with a big DEC machine. And for years, if you saw an early picture of anything three-dimensional drawn by a computer, there was a decent chance it came from that lab. The pattern held at every node. Each one was a university group that was the best in the world at some corner of the problem. And the network existed so they could reach into each other's machines and share what they had. The internet did not begin as a business, and despite the folklore, it did not begin as a doomsday weapon either. It began as a way for researchers at 4 campuses to use each other's computers. Now, connecting the machines was only half the problem. And honestly, it was the easier half. The harder half was getting the machines to understand each other once they were connected. Because the computers at those 4 sites were made by different manufacturers, ran different operating systems, and represented even basic things like text in different ways. Plugging them together did not make them compatible. The same way handing a phone to 2 people who share no language does not make a conversation. What computers need to talk is a protocol. And I want to take a moment on this word, because the entire internet is really a stack of protocols. And it is not a complicated idea. It just has an intimidating name. A protocol is nothing more than an agreement about how an interaction will go. Humans use them constantly. When you answer the phone, you say hello. The other person says hello. They identify themselves. You respond. When you buy something at a shop counter, there is an understood sequence: greeting, request, price, payment, thanks. Nobody legislated this. But because both sides know the pattern, strangers can complete transactions smoothly. A protocol is that, written down precisely enough for machines. If I send you this, you answer with that. If you do not hear from me in 5 seconds, assume the message was lost, and I will send it again. That is all a protocol is. Etiquette for computers, with no ambiguity allowed. And the way the ARPANET community developed its protocols turned out to matter almost as much as the protocols themselves. The work fell mostly to the graduate students at the connected sites, who were young and slightly terrified because they kept expecting the real professional protocol designers from the government to show up and take over. Nobody ever showed up. It was just them. So in 1969, a UCLA graduate student named Steve Crocker started writing up the group's ideas and mailing them around. And because he was anxious about sounding presumptuous, about some student appearing to dictate standards for a Pentagon project, he gave the documents the most humble name he could think of. Request for comments. Not a standard, not a specification. Just, here is a thought, please comment. He wrote the first one, RFC number 1, in a bathroom in the middle of the night, so as not to wake the friends he was staying with. That humility became the culture, and then it became the Constitution. To this day, the technical documents that define the internet are called RFCs. There are more than 9,000 of them now. The rule that emerged was that anyone could propose anything. Ideas won by being tried rather than by rank. And a good specification was one where 2 strangers could each write their own software from the text alone and have the two implementations work together. Years later, one of the engineers, David Clark, summarized the philosophy in a line that people in this field can still recite from memory. We reject kings, presidents, and voting. We believe in rough consensus and running code. Hold on to that, because we will keep seeing it. The internet is not just a pile of technology. It is a pile of technology shaped by an unusually open, unusually informal way of making decisions. And half the story of the next 50 years is that culture colliding with governments and corporations that work the opposite way. So through the early 1970s, the ARPANET grew. A node here, a node there, then a few dozen. The first protocols let you log in to a distant machine and transfer files. In October 1972, the network had its public debut at a conference in Washington, where the team set up terminals in a hotel ballroom and let 1,000 skeptical engineers play with computers all over the country. There are stories of people typing at a machine in Boston from the ballroom floor and refusing to believe it was not a trick. The demo worked almost flawlessly, and it converted a lot of people from thinking packet switching was an academic toy to thinking it might be the future. But the thing that actually made the ARPANET beloved, the thing that turned it from an experiment into a habit, was not in the plan at all. In 1971, an engineer at BBN named Ray Tomlinson was tinkering with two programs. One could leave messages in mailboxes for users of the same computer, which time-sharing systems had done for years. Another could copy files between machines over the network. And Tomlinson had the quiet little thought, why not join these? Why shouldn't a message travel from a person on one machine to a mailbox on another machine? Nobody asked him to do it. It was not a deliverable. He just did it. And by his own account, when someone asked him later what he was working on, he said, "Don't tell anyone. This isn't what we're supposed to be doing." He needed a way to write an address that meant this person at that machine. So he looked at the keyboard for a symbol that could not appear in anyone's name, and he picked a nearly unused character that commercial bookkeepers had used to mean at the rate of the AT sign. Tomlinson is why every email address on Earth has an @ in the middle. He always said he could not remember what the first email message said. Probably something like a row of test characters, which delights me. The first telegraph message was scripture. The first email was probably QWERTYUIOP. We were more relaxed by then. Email detonated. Within a couple of years, it was reportedly around 3/4 of all traffic on the ARPANET, which horrified some of the funders because this network of expensive computers, justified as a way to share processing power and data, was mostly carrying office mail and arguments and jokes. There was an early mailing list for science fiction fans and another famous one for arguing about restaurants. The people running the project had built a tool for sharing computers, and what humanity immediately did with it was talk to each other. That is a lesson this story teaches about 5 separate times, so file it away. Every generation of the internet is built for information and used for connection. Meanwhile, and this is the part of the 70s that mainstream tellings usually skip, the ARPANET was quickly not the only packet network in the world. The idea was too good, so it broke out everywhere, in different shapes. In Hawaii, a professor named Norman Abramson had a problem no leased phone line could solve. The University of Hawaii was spread across 7 campuses on 4 islands separated by ocean. So around 1971, his team built ARPANET, which connected terminals to the central computer by radio. And they made a design choice so simple, it sounds unhinged. Any station that had something to say would just transmit. Immediately. No permission, no schedule, no taking turns. If 2 stations happened to transmit at once, the messages would garble each other. The senders would notice no acknowledgement came back, and each would wait a random moment and try again. The random wait is the genius. Both wait a different amount, so the second try usually works. It is the protocol version of how polite conversation works at a dinner party. 2 people start talking at once. Both stop, laugh, pause, and one goes first. That scheme, called random access, turned out to be one of the most fertile ideas in networking history. A young researcher named Bob Metcalf studied ARPANET closely, and his story is worth the detour. Metcalf was a Harvard doctoral student who did his real work down the river at MIT, building some of the hardware that connected MIT's computers to the ARPANET. And when he stood up to defend his thesis about that work, Harvard failed him. He had already accepted a job in California at Xerox's Palo Alto Research Center, the place everyone just calls Park. And Park told him to come anyway and repair the thesis later. The repair arrived when he read Abramson's Aloha paper, realized he could sharpen the mathematics of all that polite interrupting, and folded the analysis into his dissertation, which Harvard then accepted. So a radio network in Hawaii rescued a rejected Harvard thesis. Then it did something much larger. PARC, in the early 70s, was busy inventing the future all at once. The Alto, arguably the first personal computer, with a screen and a mouse and overlapping windows, decades ahead of schedule. The first laser printer, and a building steadily filling with machines that had no way to talk to one another or to that printer. On May 22, 1973, Metcalf circulated an internal memo proposing to run Aloha's scheme not over radio, but over a thick coaxial cable threaded through the building. Every computer tapped into one shared wire, listening before talking, backing off politely after collisions. He named it after the luminiferous ether, the invisible medium Victorian physicists once believed carried light through empty space. Ethernet. The first version ran at about 3 megabits per second. He built it with an engineer named David Boggs, and in 1976, the 2 of them published the design in the Communications of the ACM, the flagship journal of the computing profession, where anyone could read it. Metcalf eventually left to found a company called 3Com to sell Ethernet to the world, which is its own quiet comment on Xerox, a company that invented the personal computer, the graphical screen, the laser printer, and the office network, then watched other people get rich on nearly all of it. If you have ever plugged a network cable into a laptop, that is Ethernet. And the wireless version of the same family of ideas lives in every Wi-Fi chip on the planet. When your phone and your laptop share the air in your apartment right now, They are doing a refined descendant of what Abramson's stations did across the Hawaiian Ocean in 1971. Wait, listen, talk. And if you collide, back off a random moment and try again. Across the Atlantic, in France, a team under Louis Pouzin was building a research network called Cyclades, and Pouzin contributed what might be the single most consequential design idea in this whole video. The ARPANET's IMPs worked hard to make the network reliable. The network itself tracked messages, confirmed delivery, kept things in order. Pouzin looked at that and said, "No, make the network dumb. Let it just toss packets toward their destination with no promises at all, and no memory of what it did a moment ago. Each packet, which he called a datagram, a data telegram, is on its own. And if reliability is wanted, let the computers at the two ends arrange it between themselves by numbering what they send and confirming what they receive." This sounds like laziness, and it is actually profound. A dumb network is simple, cheap, fast, and above all flexible, because it does not need to understand or approve of what the endpoints are doing. The intelligence lives at the edges, in the hosts, which means two people with a new idea can deploy it without asking the network's permission. That principle, keep the middle simple, put the smarts at the ends, is the reason the internet could later absorb the web, and video calls, and online games, and streaming, and 1,000 things its designers never imagined, without anyone rebuilding the middle. Pouzin's project was eventually defunded by the French government in favor of the phone company's approach, and France spent a couple of decades slightly haunted by that decision. But his datagram went on to conquer the earth because the right people were paying attention. And the phone companies had their own answer brewing, which we should be fair to. Through the 70s, the world's telephone monopolies developed their own packet standard called X.25, built in their image. Careful, connection-oriented, reliable inside the network, billed by usage, controlled by the carriers. Banks used it. Airlines used it. It worked. For a while, if you had asked a sensible executive which data network would take over the world, the smart money was on the phone company's version, backed as it was by the biggest institutions on earth, rather than the scruffy academic one held together by graduate students and documents called request for comments. So by around 1973, the situation was this. Packet networks were multiplying, and they were all different. The ARPANET ran on leased lines with its own rules. ARPANET ran on radio. There was a satellite network forming to link America and Europe. Ethernet was about to put networks inside buildings. The phone companies had X.25. Every one of these spoke its own dialect, and none of them could talk to any other. The world was growing islands of connectivity, each one useful, all of them mutually deaf. Which brings us to two men, an office at Stanford, and the actual birth of the thing this video is named after. Because here is a distinction worth being precise about. The ARPANET was not the internet. The ARPANET was one network. The internet is what you get when you solve a harder problem. How do you make many different networks, built by different people, on different physical stuff, with different rules, behave like one. The two men were Bob Kahn, who had been one of the key IMP engineers at BBN and was now at ARPA, and Vint Cerf, a young Stanford professor who had been one of those graduate students at UCLA on the night of the first login. Kahn was wrestling with exactly the island's problem, because ARPA now had 3 networks of its own: the ARPANET, the packet radio network, and the satellite network, and they could not interoperate. In 1973, he recruited Cerf, and over months of work, including one famous stretch of sketching in a San Francisco hotel lobby, they worked out the answer, publishing it in 1974 in a paper titled A Protocol for Packet Network Intercommunication. The answer has 2 parts, and both are things you have already met tonight. Part 1, the envelope. Define one universal packet format, one standard envelope with a standard place to write the destination address, and make it the common currency between networks. Inside your own network, you can carry the envelope however you like: radio bursts, satellite frames, whatever. But at the border between networks, there sits a special computer. They called it a gateway. We now call it a router, whose job is to take the envelope out of one network's local wrapping and rewrap it for the next network. The envelope itself, the addressing, and the payload passes through unchanged. No network has to change how it works internally. It only has to agree on the envelope. That common envelope became the Internet Protocol, IP. When people say IP address, they mean an address written on Cerf and Kahn's envelope. Part 2, Poussin's move. Promise nothing. The gateways just forward envelopes. Best effort. Envelopes can be lost, duplicated, delayed, or arrive out of order. And the network does not care. All the guarantees, all the checking and numbering and resending happen between the 2 end computers using the second protocol, the Transmission Control Protocol. TCP? TCP takes your data, slices it into pieces, numbers every piece, and sends them as IIP envelopes. The receiver's TCP collects envelopes, puts the pieces back in numbered order, notices gaps, and quietly tells the sender, "I got everything up to piece 400, at which point the sender resends whatever went missing. Out of totally unreliable parts, the 2 ends weave a reliable conversation. Nobody in the middle even has to know it is happening. They published the design in May 1974 in a peer-reviewed journal, the IEEE Transactions on Communications, under the title, A Protocol for Packet Network Intercommunication, which means the Internet has a birth certificate, and it is an academic paper, a dozen dense pages that anyone can still read today. Together, TCP/IP. You have heard those letters your whole life, maybe without knowing they are 2 protocols, a numbered and confirmed conversation riding inside best effort envelopes. Every message you sent today, every video frame you watched, moved as IP packets, most of them shepherded by TCP. The paper describing this is from 1974, and its authors are both still alive as I record this. The Internet is young enough that its inventors can still tell you the story themselves, which people rarely stop to find strange. It took a few years and several revisions, and the protocol was split so that IP could stand alone with TCP layered on top, plus a thin alternative called UDP for traffic that would rather be fast than reliable. We will meet that one again when we talk about video calls. Then came the demonstrations. In 1977, the team ran a packet's worth of data on a genuinely absurd journey. From a van driving down a California freeway, over packet radio, into the ARPANET, across a satellite hop to Europe, back across the Atlantic, and onward to a computer in Los Angeles. 3 networks, 150,000 kilometers of round trip, not a single bit lost. The van is in a museum now. That drive was the internet working for the first time in the specific sense that matters. Different networks behaving as one. And then came the deadline, which is one of my favorite small dramas in this story. Through the late 70s, the ARPANET still ran on its original host protocol, NCP, with TCP/IP existing alongside as the new way. And networks, like people, do not migrate without a shove. So ARPA announced that on January 1st, 1983, NCP would be switched off. Every host on the ARPANET had to be speaking TCP/IP by that date or fall off the network. The community called it Flag Day, an old computing term for a change so total that everyone has to jump at once. Engineers grumbled, procrastinated, and converted their systems through 1981 and 1982. Some machines missed the deadline anyway and got cut off until they complied. Vint-Cerf had buttons made that said, "I survived the TCP/IP transition," which people wore with genuine pride, and considering some of those systems, genuine relief. And on New Year's Day, 1983, hungover and quietly historic, the network woke up speaking the language it still speaks tonight. If you want a birthday for the internet as a working thing rather than an idea, January 1st, 1983 is a defensible pick. The packets carrying my voice to you right now are formatted according to decisions locked in on that morning. Now I want to slow down and actually explain what a packet is, physically and logically, because we have been throwing the word around, and this is the part most explanations wave their hands through. And you are lying in bed? We have time, so let's do it properly. Say you send a friend a photo. 4 megabytes, call it. That is about 32 million bits. 32 million individual yes or no values. Your phone does not send that as one continuous stream. It cuts it into roughly 1,500 byte slices. So a few megabytes becomes a couple of thousand packets. And each packet gets a header stapled to the front. The header is the envelope, and it is worth knowing what is actually written on it because it is so little. The address of your device, the address of the destination, a number saying what kind of thing is inside, a checksum, which is a little arithmetic fingerprint of the contents, so anyone can verify the packet was not mangled along the way, and a small counter called time to live, which starts around 64 and goes down by 1 at every router the packet passes through. If it ever hits 0, the packet is destroyed. That is the network's way of making sure a lost packet wandering in circles eventually dies instead of circulating forever. Like a note in a bottle that dissolves after 64 hops. That is more or less the whole envelope, a few dozen bytes of bookkeeping. And here is the thing that surprises people. The 2,000 packets of your photo do not necessarily travel together. and they do not necessarily take the same route. Packet number 7 might cross one cable, while packet number 8, sent a millisecond later, crosses a different one, because in that millisecond, a router somewhere decided the first path was getting crowded. They can arrive out of order. Some will not arrive at all. On a decent connection, packet loss is well under 1%. But across 2,000 packets, a few casualties are completely routine. Nothing about this is an emergency. It is Tuesday. TCP on your friend's phone notices the gaps in the numbering, asks for those pieces again, waits, reassembles, and only when the photo is whole and verified does it hand it upward to the messaging app. Your friend sees a photo simply appear. Underneath, it arrived as a shredded blizzard and was put back together like a letter someone tore up and taped. So the next question, and it is the right question, is how does each router know where to send a packet next? Nobody has a map of the whole internet in their pocket. The answer is one of the quietly beautiful ideas in all of engineering, and it works the way asking for directions works. A router is a computer with several cables coming out of it, and one job. A packet arrives, the router reads the destination address, looks the address up in a table, and the table says, for addresses in that range, send out cable number 3. That is all. The router does not know the whole path. It knows one thing, which direction is a good next step. And the packet gets to the next router, which knows its own one thing, and so on, hop by hop. Your packets to a nearby server might take 5 or 6 hops. Across the world, maybe 15 or 20. Each hop takes microseconds. The tables are the clever part, because nobody types them in. Routers gossip. Constantly, automatically, routers tell their neighbors what destinations they know how to reach, and roughly how good their path is. And the neighbors tell their neighbors. And reachability information ripples outward, so that within minutes, knowledge like these addresses live behind me has spread across the planet. When a cable is cut somewhere, the routers attached to it notice the silence, retract their promises. The gossip ripples again, and traffic drains onto other paths, usually before you notice anything more than a video stuttering once. Paul Baran's fishnet, healing around damage, exactly as designed, except now the fishnet wraps the earth. Between the big networks, the gossip protocol is called BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, and it holds a special place in engineers' hearts, somewhere between reverence and dread, because it runs on trust. Networks simply announce which addresses they can deliver to, and other networks, for the most part, believe them. Remember that, because later in this video, a small telecom in Pakistan is going to accidentally tell the world that it is YouTube, and the world is going to believe it. The system that decides where your packets go is, at bottom, a few 100,000 routers taking each other's word for things. It works because everyone needs it to work. It is the same reason cities function. Mutual dependence, thinly disguised as infrastructure. While we are down here in the plumbing, 2 more citizens of the packet world you should be able to name. TCP has a sibling called UDP, which skips all the numbering and confirming and resending. You throw packets, and whatever lands, lands. That sounds worse. And for a photo, it would be. But think about a video call. If a packet carrying a 50th of a second of your voice goes missing, there is no point resending it, because by the time it arrived, the conversation would have moved on. Better to tolerate a tiny glitch and keep going. So live things, calls, game traffic, streams of sensor data, ride UDP. Reliability is not free. It costs time, and some conversations would rather be present than perfect. There is something almost philosophical in that, but it is also just good engineering. And inside every packet's header, there is also a port number, which answers a small practical question. When a packet reaches your machine, which program is it for? Your laptop might have 40 programs using the network at once. Ports are numbered doors on the same building. Mail for door 443, which is secure web traffic, goes to the browser's conversation. Door numbers are how one address can host a whole apartment block of activity. Now, everything I have described so far works wonderfully, as long as nobody sends too much at once, which is exactly the kind of sentence that, in an engineering story, means something is about to catch fire. So let me tell you about October 1986, the day the internet had its first traffic jam, and the fix that is still protecting you tonight. A router that receives packets faster than it can forward them does the only thing it can. It queues them in memory, and when memory fills, it throws packets away, deliberately. Packet dropping is not a malfunction. It is the pressure release valve, and early TCP had an innocent flaw. When packets went missing, it resent them promptly and kept pushing, which is how you get the death spiral. The network gets congested, so packets drop, so every computer resends, which adds more traffic, which drops more packets, which triggers more resending. Everyone shouting louder in a room that is loud because everyone is shouting. In October 1986, the link between Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory and the Berkeley campus, two sites about 400 meters apart, collapsed from 32,000 bits per second to 40. Not 40,000, 40 bits per second. Roughly 1,000 times slower than it should have been. Over a distance you could throw a stone across. They called it congestion collapse, and it began happening in waves around the growing internet. A physicist turned network researcher named Van Jacobson with Mike Carroll's dug into it and produced one of the most elegant fixes in the field's history, because it required no new hardware and no changes to the network, only a change in manners. New rules for how politely a computer sends. Start slow, literally called slow start. Send a little, and if it all gets confirmed, send more and keep growing. The moment a packet drops, treat it as the network whispering that it is full, and cut your sending rate in half. Then creep back up gently. Every TCP connection does this all the time, invisibly. Billions of devices, each probing for its fair share, backing off the instant the network signals strain, with no referee and no central controller anywhere. Jacobson and Carrolls wrote the fixes up and presented them at ACM SIGCOMM, the annual conference where the world's networking researchers argue their best ideas into shape. And that 1988 paper, Congestion Avoidance and Control, became one of the most cited pieces of work the field has ever produced. Notice what did not happen there. The cure for the Internet's first great crisis was never patented or sold. It was a conference paper, given away, adopted everywhere within a couple of years. When you start a big download and watch the speed climb over the first seconds, that is slow start, feeling out the road. And the reason the whole Internet does not gridlock at 8 in the evening when everyone starts streaming is that every single connection is voluntarily playing by Jacobson's rules. I find this genuinely moving in a nerdy way. The Internet survives its own popularity because in 1988, somebody taught every computer on Earth to take turns. So packets find their way, and senders pace themselves. There is one more pillar to put under everything before the story can leave the 80s, and it is the one you personally use most directly: names. Because everything we have described runs on numeric addresses, and numbers are perfect for routers and terrible for people. You do not want to remember that your favorite website lives at 142.250.185.78. You want to type a name. So from the earliest ARPANET days, machines had names, and the mapping from names to numbers was kept. And I love this fact so much. In a text file, one single file called hosts.txt, listing every computer on the network and its number. It was maintained at the Stanford Research Institute by a team under Elizabeth Feinler, who everyone called Jake. If you brought a new computer onto the ARPANET, you contacted her group, and they added you to the file. And every so often, every site downloaded the new copy of the file. In the early years, if you needed a name resolved after hours, you were out of luck because the Internet's directory had office hours. The Internet's entire phone book was one woman's team and one text file, and I want you to appreciate that this actually worked for over a decade. But the arithmetic was merciless. The network grew, the file grew, updates came faster than downloads, and by the early 80s, different computers routinely disagreed about what names meant, because they held different vintages of the file. The system was drowning in its own success. The fix came in 1983 from an engineer named Paul Makapetris, working at the Information Sciences Institute at the University of Southern California, a modest research outfit near a marina in Los Angeles that quietly ran a startling amount of the early Internet's plumbing. And it is called the Domain Name System, DNS. And it is one of those designs that solved a problem so thoroughly that it disappeared from view. Instead of one file listing everything, make names hierarchical and delegate. Names are read right to left, from big to small. In a name like maps.google.com, the com part is a top-level domain. Google is a name registered under com, and maps is whatever Google says it is. Because here is the move. Each level only keeps track of who is responsible for the level below. The root of the system only knows who runs com and org and the country codes. The com servers only know which name servers answer for each registered name. Google's own name servers know where Maps lives this week. Authority is distributed, like a well-run organization, and no single machine anywhere holds the whole map. So when you type a name, your device asks a resolver, usually one run by your internet provider, or by a big public service. The resolver asks the root, which says, ask the comm servers over there. The comm servers say, ask Google's name servers over there. Google's name servers say, Maps is at this number. And the resolver hands the number back, whole journey done in a few tens of milliseconds. Then it caches the answer, remembers it, for minutes or hours. So the next 1,000 people asking get an instant reply without bothering anyone. Caching is why the system does not collapse, given that humanity does billions upon billions of lookups a day. A few things about DNS are worth keeping in a corner of your mind. The root, the top of the hierarchy, is served by 13 named server identities, letters A through M, run by a scattering of organizations, universities, companies, NASA, the US military, a Dutch nonprofit. 13 sounded alarmingly few to me when I first learned it, but each letter is actually hundreds of physical servers around the world sharing one address, with your query automatically landing on the nearest copy. And since 2010, the root information is cryptographically signed, and the master keys are kept in 2 guarded facilities on opposite coasts of the United States, where 4 times a year, selected engineers from around the world, ordinary respected community members, holding physical keys to safe deposit boxes, gather on camera in rooms with seismic sensors and no windows to sign the keys for the next quarter, following a script so strict that the ceremony has been compared to a religious rite. That is real. The top of the Internet's naming system is protected by, essentially, a solemn quarterly meeting of trusted nerds with metal keys. When people say nobody runs the Internet, this is the closest thing to an exception. And it is a committee with safes. And one more name from this chapter, because he is one of the great characters of the whole story. For decades, the tables of numbers underneath everything, address blocks, port numbers, protocol identifiers, were kept in order by one man, John Postel, at the University of Southern California. Bearded, sandal-wearing, universally trusted, he edited the RFC documents for nearly 30 years and ran what became known as the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, which for a long stretch was less an institution than it was John personally. People called him the God of the Internet, which he hated. When he died suddenly in 1998, the obituaries had to explain to the public that a single quiet man had been holding a load-bearing corner of the modern world. And Vint Cerf wrote a memorial RFC for him that ends, quite simply, with the community saying goodbye to its friend. The institutions that replaced him are more proper and more durable. And something about the era of one bearded man with a notebook is gone forever. All right, we have packets, we have routing, we have names. But everything so far has been happening among universities and research labs on machines that ordinary people would never touch. So before the story reaches the 90s, I want to pull back and talk about what everyone else was doing. Because while the ARPANET crowd was inventing the Internet's plumbing, regular people were inventing its culture on entirely different systems. And this is the part of the history that mainstream tellings almost always leave out. Start in Chicago in January of 1978, during one of the worst blizzards in the city's history. Two computer hobbyists, Ward Christensen and Randy Suess, were snowed in, and they used the time to build something they had been talking about. A computer in Randy's basement, connected to a phone line, running a program that let anyone who dialed in read messages and leave messages. Like a corkboard at a community center, except the community center was a basement, and the corkboard was a computer. They called it a bulletin board system, a BBS. And through the 80s and early 90s, this idea multiplied into a whole civilization that most histories forget. Tens of thousands of BBSEs, each one a single computer in somebody's house, each its own little world with its own name and its own regulars. You dialed in with your modem, and here is a detail young listeners might enjoy. If the BBS had one phone line and someone else was connected, you got a busy signal, and you waited. Whole friendships, feuds, romances, and gaming rivalries played out on machines with one phone line run by a hobbyist who paid the electricity bill out of pocket and might shut the whole universe down when they moved out of their mother's house. BBSEs even solved long distance in a beautifully scrappy way. A network called FidoNet linked thousands of them by having each board automatically call its neighbors in the dead of night, when phone rates were cheap, and exchange bundles of messages. Your message crossed the continent by hopping from basement to basement at 3 in the morning. It could take days. Nobody minded. It felt like magic, because it was the cheap, improvised kind of magic, which is the best kind. Meanwhile, on the academic side, in 1979, 2 graduate students at Duke University rigged up something similar between universities, using ordinary phone calls between Unix computers, and called it Usenet. They pitched it as the poor man's ARPANET, because ARPANET access required a military research contract, and Usenet only required a phone line. It grew into thousands of discussion groups on everything imaginable, organized under names like Sci for science, Rec for hobbies, Alt for everything else. And Usenet is where an amazing amount of internet culture actually comes from. The word spam for junk messages comes from Usenet people quoting a Monty Python sketch. The FAQ, the Frequently Asked Questions document, was invented there because newcomers kept asking the same things every September when university terms started. Flame wars, trolling, emoticons, the smiley made of a colon and a parenthesis. All of it was already fully formed on Usenet, while the web did not yet exist. We had online arguments before we had online shopping, which might be the most honest fact about our species in this entire video. And then there were the commercial services, the walled gardens, CompuServe, then Prodigy, then America Online. These were companies you paid by the hour at first for a dial-in connection to their private world, their news, their chat rooms, their email, their games. Nothing to do with the internet, technically. But this is how millions of ordinary families first experienced being online. AOL in particular carpet-bombed the physical world with free trial discs. They mailed them, stuck them to magazines, piled them at supermarket checkouts. At the peak, some absurd fraction of all the CDs being manufactured on Earth were AOL trial discs. People kept them as coasters. And when someone in the house was on AOL, the family phone line was occupied. so an entire generation's evenings contained the shout, heard in millions of homes, "Get off the internet. I need to call your aunt." And one more, the strangest and most impressive of all the pre-web worlds. France, fed up with having a mediocre phone system, leapt ahead of everyone. Starting in the early 80s, the French phone company gave away, free, millions of small terminals, a little screen and keyboard that plugged into the phone socket, called Minitel. The official justification was replacing paper phone directories, which were expensive to print. What France actually got was the future, a decade early, nationwide. By the late 80s, millions of French households could look up any phone number, check train times, and book the ticket, do their banking, order groceries, chat anonymously with strangers. And yes, there was a thriving adult chat industry. The Messageries Roses, advertised on giant billboards, which made so much money that it quietly subsidized the whole system. There were Minitel dating scandals, Minitel fortunes, Minitel addictions, an entire dress rehearsal of internet society in one country on beige terminals, years before the web. The French kept using it so contentedly that France came late to the actual internet, and Minitel was not switched off until 2012. When it finally died, French farmers complained because they had been using it to manage cattle records for 30 years, and it had never once crashed on them. I linger on all of this for a reason. By 1990, tens of millions of people were already living some version of online life, chatting, flirting, arguing, buying, forming communities with strangers. The human internet existed before the technical internet reached the public. All those separate worlds were waiting for a single system to pour themselves into. Now, let's build the bridge they poured across. Back in the research world, the American military had split its operational machines off onto their own network in 1983, leaving the ARPANET to the academics. And the academics had a resentment brewing. ARPANET access was a privilege of institutions with defense funding. If you were a chemist at a university without a contract, you watched colleagues at other schools trade data and gossip by email while you used paper. Computer scientists first built themselves a workaround network, and then the National Science Foundation decided to do the job properly for everyone. In 1986, the NSF funded a national backbone, NSF-NET, a set of long-distance lines crossing the United States, connecting regional university networks together, all speaking TCP/IP. The backbone started at 56 kilobits per second, about the speed of a late 90s home modem, serving the entire country, and was overwhelmed almost immediately, which, by now, you will recognize as this story's most reliable running joke. Nothing in the history of the internet has ever been provisioned generously enough, because demand always arrives like weather. They upgraded it 1,000-fold within a few years, and traffic doubled roughly every 7 months anyway. NSF-NET mattered for two reasons. First, it made the internet an academic commons instead of a defense perk. The ARPANET itself, elderly and slow, was quietly decommissioned in 1990, its sites absorbed into the new fabric, and the baton passed without most users noticing. Second, NSFNet had a rule attached, the acceptable use policy, which said Roughly, this network is for research and education, not for commercial activity. No business traffic. And that rule sounds minor, and was actually a wall around the whole future. Selling things on the internet was, in effect, against the rules of the internet's main artery through the late 80s. So the story of the early 90s is the dismantling of that wall. Commercial internet providers appeared at the edges. Businesses that would sell a TCP/IP connection to anyone with a modem and a credit card. They interconnected with each other to route around the restrictions. The policy softened. And in 1995, the government simply retired NSFNET altogether, handing the backbone role to a market of competing carriers. Quietly, with no ceremony, the internet stopped being a subsidized academic instrument and became infrastructure, like roads or power, except owned by nobody and run by everybody. And culture felt the change before policy finished making it. On Usenet, the old-timers had a name for the annual chaos when new university students arrived online each autumn, September, the month when the network filled with people who did not yet know the customs. In 1993, America Online connected its enormous subscriber base to Usenet, and the newcomers never stopped coming. The old hands called it the September that never ended, eternal September, the month the internet's village era ended and the city era began. And if you listen carefully, you can still hear people who were there being wistful about it. Every online community you have ever loved has had its own eternal September eventually. It is what success feels like from the inside, which brings us, at last, to the piece most people think is the internet. And the first thing to say about the World Wide Web is that the internet had already existed for 20 years when it arrived. The internet moves packets between machines. The web is one application riding on top, one idea about how to organize information. And it is worth untangling the words here, because everyday speech mashes them together. The internet is the road system. The web is one delivery service running on those roads, alongside email and video calls and game updates and a great deal of traffic that never touches a browser at all. And a website is smaller still. One shop along that delivery route, one collection of linked pages living at an address on somebody's server. So when someone says the internet is down, they usually mean the roads. And when a website is down, one shop has closed its doors for the moment. For 20 years, the roads existed with no web on them at all. And the web, when it finally arrived, came not from the Pentagon or Silicon Valley, but from a physics laboratory in Switzerland, from one quietly stubborn Englishman. Tim Berners-Lee was a software engineer at CERN, the particle physics lab outside Geneva. CERN, in the 80s, was a churn of thousands of visiting scientists, arriving, running experiments, leaving, taking what they knew with them. Information lived in incompatible systems on incompatible computers, and finding anything meant finding the person who knew, who had possibly returned to another country. Berners-Lee had a personal itch about this. He had written himself a little program called Inquire to track connections between people, projects, and machines, links between things. And the idea would not leave him alone. In March 1989, He wrote a proposal for a lab-wide, then worldwide web of linked documents. Any document, anywhere, could contain links pointing at any other document, on any machine, and following a link would be instant and effortless. The concept of linked text, hypertext, was decades old, dreamed up by visionaries and built in small, closed systems. Berners-Lee's move was to weld it onto the open internet, so the web of documents could span the world without anyone's permission. His boss, Mike Sendall, wrote 3 words on the cover of the proposal: vague, but exciting. And on the strength of that, one of the great understatements in the history of management, he let Berners-Lee spend time on it. Working on a sleek, black Next computer, the machines Steve Jobs was building during his exile from Apple, Berners-Lee wrote the whole first version, essentially alone, through 1990. He needed 3 inventions, and you use all 3 every day. A way to name any document on any machine, the address format, the URL. A simple language for the documents themselves, with links woven in, HTML. And a protocol, in the sense you now know well. A fixed little conversation for fetching documents, where a browser says GET, and a server hands over the page, HTTP. None of the 3 was individually brilliant, and he has said as much. The brilliance was the restraint. Each piece was so simple that a competent programmer could implement it in a weekend, and simple things spread. By Christmas 1990, the world's first website was running on the Next machine on his desk at CERN, describing, with perfect circularity, the World Wide Web project itself. The machine had a sticker on the case, handwritten in red, saying, "This machine is a server. Do not power it down." The early web was mortal like that. Someone tidying cables in an office in Geneva could have unplugged the entire thing. And for a couple of years, hardly anyone cared. The web in 1991 and 1992 was a modest scattering of academic sites, and it had serious competition. A rival system called Gopher, out of the University of Minnesota, organized information into tidy menus, and was for a while more popular, growing faster than the web. 2 things decided the contest, and both are lessons. In early 1993, the University of Minnesota announced it might someday charge licensing fees for Gopher server software, and the mere possibility spooked everyone. In April 1993, CERN did the opposite, formally declaring the web technology public domain, free for anyone, forever, in a signed document. No fees, no permission, no owner, ever. Berners-Lee has been offered many chances to regret not becoming the world's richest man, and has spent 30 years politely explaining that the web only worked because he gave it away. If he had charged, someone would have built a free one, and that one would have won. Because on the internet, the free and open thing wins the plumbing contest almost every time. The RFC culture again. Rough consensus, running code, and no toll booth. The second decisive thing was a 22-year-old undergraduate in Illinois. The early web browsers were mostly text, and installing them took expertise. Mark Andreessen, a student working at a supercomputing center, together with the programmer Eric Bina, built Mosaic, a browser that anyone could install on Windows, Mac, or Unix. And that did one new thing that changed the feel of everything. It showed pictures inside the page, right there among the words. Text and image together made a page feel like a place, like a magazine you could walk into instead of a document you were retrieving. Mosaic came out in 1993, free, and the graph of web servers went vertical. There were maybe a couple hundred websites on Earth when Mosaic launched. 2 years later, tens of thousands. 5 years later, millions. Everything now accelerates, and the story stops being about laboratories. Andreessen graduated, moved to California, and was recruited by Jim Clark, a Silicon Valley veteran with money to spend. And in 1994, they founded the company that became Netscape. They hired most of the old Mosaic team and rebuilt a browser from scratch, faster and better, and gave it away free to individuals, on the theory that once everyone was using your window onto the web, you could sell the servers and services behind it. Within a year or so, Netscape Navigator was how most of the world saw the web. And in August 1995, Netscape went public on the stock market. And this is one of those dates historians point at. The company was barely a year old and had never made a profit. The shares were supposed to open at $28. They opened around $71. By the end of the day, the founders were worth hundreds of millions, and every financier and journalist in America had learned a new lesson, which was that the internet, this weird academic thing, could apparently mint money out of nothing. The gold rush dates from that morning. A few things happened in the 18 months around that IPO that you should have in the same mental drawer, because together they are the birth of the modern web. Netscape needed pages to do more than sit there. So in 1995, they hired a programmer named Brendan Eich to build a small scripting language into the browser. Something that could make a page react when you clicked, check a form before you sent it, move things around. Under absurd deadline pressure, Eich designed and built the first version of the language in about 10 days. 10 days. It got named JavaScript, a pure marketing decision to ride the hype of an unrelated language called Java, which has confused beginners ever since. That 10-day language, warts and all, is now probably the most widely deployed programming language in human history. It is running in the device you are listening on right now, almost certainly. Every web app you have ever used, the moving, clicking, responding layer of the entire web, descends from one man's very rough fortnight. Netscape had another problem. Shopping was coming, and nobody in their right mind would type a credit card number into a form that traveled the internet naked. Remember, packets pass through many hands between you and a server, and any of those hands can read what is in the envelopes. So Netscape's engineers built a layer of encryption into the browser called SSL, later renamed TLS. You have seen its emblem your whole life, the little padlock next to a web address. Here is what it actually means, and it is worth 30 seconds, because it is one of the most beautiful tricks in mathematics. The problem seems impossible on its face. You and a server that have never met need to agree on a secret code by shouting across a room full of eavesdroppers. Everything you say to each other is public. And yet, in the 1970s, mathematicians found ways to do exactly this. The flavor most people can hold on to is the paint mixing picture. You and I each pick a secret color. There's one public color everyone knows. Each of us mixes our secret into the public color and sends the mixture across the room, openly. Mixing paint is easy, but unmixing it is practically impossible, so the eavesdroppers learn nothing useful. Then each of us takes the mixture we received and stirs in our own secret again. And because of the order things were mixed, you and I now hold the identical final color, a shared secret that was never once spoken aloud. Real systems do this with mathematics instead of paint, with operations that are easy to do and unfeasible to reverse. But the plot is the same. When that padlock appears, your device and the server have just performed this handshake, agreed on a fresh secret, and switched to speaking in code. Every password you have ever entered, every card number, every embarrassing search survived its trip through all those routers because of a paint trick from 1976. And a fun, grim footnote: British government cryptographers had discovered the same mathematics years earlier and kept it classified. So the men who found it first spent decades unable to say so. And one more Netscape invention from that same stretch, this one with a moral attached. HTTP, the web's fetch-a-page protocol, was designed stateless, meaning the server forgets you between clicks. Fine for reading physics papers, useless for a shopping cart, which has to remember what you put in it. So in 1994, a Netscape engineer named Lou Montulli added a mechanism where the server could hand your browser a little note, and your browser would present that note with every future visit. He called it a cookie, from an older programming term. The shopping cart problem was solved in an afternoon. And the same mechanism, a note that identifies you across visits, turned out to be exactly what you need to follow a person around the web and build a dossier of their interests, which is the advertising economy you live inside today. Nobody sat down and designed web surveillance. It fell out of a shopping cart fix. Almost everything on the internet works like this. Small, pragmatic decisions made by 26-year-olds under deadline, hardening into the architecture of daily life for billions. Microsoft, meanwhile, had noticed the web, roughly 2 years late, and reacted like a startled giant. Bill Gates sent his famous internal memo in May 1995, calling the internet a tidal wave and redirecting the whole company at it. Microsoft built its own browser, Internet Explorer, licensed from Mosaic's descendants, and then used the one weapon nobody else had: Windows itself. Explorer came bundled free with every new computer on Earth. The browser war that followed was vicious and fast. Features slapped in weekly, standards trampled. And by the early 2000s, Netscape was dead as a business, and Explorer had won something like 95% of the market. A victory so total that an American court found Microsoft had illegally abused its monopoly. And then, having won, Explorer simply stopped improving for half a decade, which is its own lesson about monopolies. The story has a satisfying epilogue, because Netscape's dying act was to open its browser code to the public, and that code seeded the Firefox project, which cracked Explorer's grip years later. And today's dominant browser, Chrome, is built on an open source foundation too. The browser you are probably using descends through spite and bankruptcy and volunteers from the corpse of Netscape. Now, while the browsers fought, the web had quietly developed a more fundamental problem. It had gotten big, and nobody could find anything. The first answer was to make lists by hand. Two Stanford graduate students, Jerry Yang and David Philo, procrastinating on their dissertations, kept a personal page of links called, at first, Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web, organized into categories, updated manually, like a librarian's card catalog for the whole planet. It became Yahoo, briefly one of the most visited places on Earth. And hand curation was doomed by arithmetic, of course, because the web doubled, and no staff of librarians doubles with it. The second answer was to send robots. A crawler is a program that fetches a page, notes every link on it, fetches those pages, notes their links, and so on, forever, building an index, which is exactly the index at the back of a book, a giant table saying this word appears on these pages, except the book is the entire web. By the mid-90s, crawler-based engines like Lycos and AltaVista let you search millions of pages in a second. AltaVista, built by a hardware company partly to show off its fast computers, was for a couple of years the beloved champion. But all these engines shared a weakness. They ranked pages mostly by what the pages said about themselves, how often your search words appeared on them, which is asking every page, are you important, and trusting the answer. Site owners learned to lie within weeks. They stuffed keywords into invisible text, white words on white backgrounds, and search results filled with junk. The fix came from two more Stanford graduate students, because apparently that campus in the 90s was some kind of geyser. Larry Page and Sergey Brin's insight was to stop trusting what pages say about themselves and listen instead to what pages say about each other. A link is a vote. If many pages link to a page, it is probably worth something. And a vote from a page that is itself heavily linked to counts for more. That circular-sounding idea has a clean mathematical solution, and they called the result PageRank, ranking the web by its own collective opinion. Their engine, running first on Stanford's network, partly on a server cabinet they built out of toy bricks, was so obviously better at surfacing the good stuff that it spread by pure word of mouth. No advertising at all, through 1998 and 1999. They had wanted to sell the technology to the existing engines, who mostly passed, one reportedly declining because better search would get users off the site faster, and shorter visits looked bad in their metrics. So Page and Brin, somewhat reluctantly, founded a company. They misspelled the mathematical word Google, 10 to the 100th power, and the misspelling became, in time, a verb in most human languages. Google solved finding things. It did not solve paying for things, and for a while, it had no business model at all. Which brings us to money, and to the mania. You can see how the logic of the late 90s assembled itself, and honestly, from inside, it was not insane. The audience was doubling constantly. The padlock had made payments safe. Stories of overnight fortunes arrived weekly. Netscape had proven you did not need profits to go public. You needed a story about the future. So capital came in like a tide. Companies with a web address and a pitch deck raised tens of millions before earning a single dollar. Pets.com raised a fortune, bought a Super Bowl advertisement, and shipped 50-pound bags of dog food across the country at a loss on every bag. An online grocer built robotic warehouses years ahead of the demand that could pay for them. A fashion site burned through more than $100 million in months. Between 1995 and early 2000, the technology-heavy NASDAQ index rose several 100%. And at the peak, adding .com to a company's name would move its stock price, which is not economics. That is incantation. In March 2000, the index peaked above 5,000. And then, without one single clean trigger, belief simply ran out. The tide reversed. Over the following 2 years, the index lost more than 3/4 of its value. Trillions of dollars of paper wealth evaporated. Hundreds of companies died. And the phrase .com went, in about 18 months, from magic spell to punchline. But I want to give you the two-sided version of the crash, because the punchline version misses what actually happened. First, the discriminating detail. The bubble had funded real things and fake things side by side, and the crash sorted them. Amazon, which had been selling books online since 1995 and losing money deliberately to grow, watched its stock fall over 90% and survived, because underneath the mania, there was a real business. eBay survived. Google, still private, sailed through and came out the other side with the business model that ate the world. Tiny text advertisements matched to what you were searching for, sold by auction. Advertising, it turned out, was how the free internet would pay for itself. A decision nobody exactly made, which we will come back to, because you live inside its consequences. Second, the accidental gift. During the mania, telecom companies, drunk on projections, had spent tens of billions laying fiber optic cable across continents and under oceans, vastly more than anyone needed in 2000. When they went bankrupt, and several of the biggest did, spectacularly, some amid accounting fraud, the glass stayed in the ground. And for the next decade, anyone with an idea could rent capacity on that fiber for pennies on the dollar. YouTube, streaming, the whole video internet of the 2000s, rode on infrastructure paid for by dead companies. The bubble was, among other things, an involuntary donation from optimistic investors to the future. Railway manias in the 1800s worked exactly the same way. Ruined speculators. And then everyone else got cheap railroads. Humanity apparently builds its infrastructure in fits of collective delusion, and it kind of works out. And then the fiber reaches the coast and enters the part of the internet I find most romantic, which is a strange word for infrastructure. But wait. Almost everything that crosses an ocean, your messages to another continent, this video, if you are far from wherever it is stored, crosses on the seabed. Not satellites. This surprises nearly everyone. Satellites carry a small fraction of intercontinental traffic because they are either far away, which costs you a noticeable delay, or numerous and low, which is new and still comparatively small. The heavy lifting is done by submarine cables, around 550 of them in service, over 1.5 million kilometers in total, enough to wrap the planet dozens of times. The successors of Cyrus Field's telegraph line and TAT-1's 36 phone calls now carry hundreds of terabits per second each. A modern submarine cable, out in the deep, is about as thick as a garden hose. Most of that thickness is armor and insulation and a copper sheath for power. The data travels in a core of fiber strands you could fit through a wedding ring. Every 70 kilometers or so, the cable swells into a repeater, a sealed amplifier that boosts the fading light, powered by thousands of volts fed down the cable's copper from the shore stations. The amplifiers sit on the abyssal plain in permanent darkness, under pressure that would crush a submarine hull. And they are designed to work there, untouched, for 25 years. Near the coasts, where the dangers are, the cable gets armored and buried in the seabed by a plow towed from the ship. Laying one is months of work by ships that do nothing else, paying cable out over the stern at walking pace, following routes surveyed around underwater canyons and volcanic zones. And here is my favorite part. The cables break constantly. There are a couple of hundred faults a year worldwide. Almost none of it is sharks, whatever that one viral video told you. The overwhelming causes are fishing trawlers and dragging anchors, plus the occasional undersea landslide or earthquake. Somewhere in the world right now, more or less permanently, a repair is underway. A specialized ship steams out to the fault, and if the water is too deep for robots, it does something almost medieval. It lowers a grapnel, a hook, on kilometers of line and drags it across the seabed to snag the broken cable, hauls one end to the surface, buoys it off, retrieves the other end, and then, in a clean room aboard a rolling ship, a technician spends most of a day splicing glass fibers, thinner than hair, one by one, under a microscope. Then, the mended cable is lowered gently back to the bottom. This is one of those jobs almost nobody knows exists. And when a text you send to another continent arrives in a third of a second, part of the reason is that some crew fixed a hose at the bottom of the sea in a storm last month, and nobody threw them a parade. Countries have learned, usually the hard way, how much rides on these hoses. In 2006, an earthquake off Taiwan snapped a cluster of cables and knocked chunks of Asia's internet sideways for weeks. Entire nations have been slowed to a crawl by one anchor dropped in the wrong place. The map of the digital world, when you actually draw it, looks embarrassingly like the map of the colonial telegraph routes, pinch points and all, because geography does not care what century it is. The Suez area, for instance, remains what it has been since the 1860s, one of the places where the world's conversations physically squeeze past each other in a narrow strip of seabed. So that is the journey. But most of your packets, most days, are not going to another continent at all. They are going somewhere much closer to the other kind of building the cloud is made of, the data center. A big data center is easy to describe and hard to believe. A warehouse, or a campus of warehouses, sometimes the size of dozens of football fields, filled with aisle after aisle of metal racks, each rack stacked with computers called servers. Tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of them, under one roof. No monitors. Almost no people. A skeleton crew walks the aisles, replacing failed drives, guided by software. And the failed hardware is often just left in place until enough accumulates to be worth a trip. Because at this scale, individual machines matter about as much as individual bees. The sound is a flat roar of fans. The buildings are sited like heavy industry, which is what they are, near cheap electricity, near cold air or water. In Iceland, in the Arctic Circle, in Oregon by the hydroelectric dams, in Virginia, where a stretch of ordinary-looking suburban county hosts a comically large share of everything. Because that is where the old NSFNET era interconnections happened to thicken, and infrastructure snowballs where infrastructure already is. Everything in the building is doubled. 2 power feeds, banks of batteries that catch the load within milliseconds of a grid failure, diesel generators behind those with days of fuel. The design assumption is that anything can fail at any time. Disks, servers, whole racks, whole buildings, and nothing important may be lost. So nothing important lives in one place. Your photos, your messages, your documents exist as multiple copies, spread across machines, usually across cities. When you save something to the cloud, the honest description is that several computers in several warehouses have each written it down and agreed to keep their stories straight. The cloud is other people's computers, thousands of them, holding hands. And there is one more layer of the physical internet, the newest one, and it explains something you have definitely wondered about, which is how a video can possibly reach 1 billion people without anything melting. Suppose every viewer of a popular video had to fetch it from one warehouse in California. The fiber leaving that region would vaporize. The trick, and it is the last great trick of this section, is that the internet learned to pre-position everything. Companies called content delivery networks, and the big platforms themselves, keep copies of popular things everywhere, in thousands of small server clusters tucked inside internet exchanges and provider facilities in nearly every city on Earth. Some providers host the platform's cache boxes inside their own buildings. When you press play tonight, you are almost never pulling from headquarters. You are pulling from a rack a few kilometers away, which fetched it once, and now serves your whole city from arm's reach. The first Olympic Games ever streamed properly. The big product launches, the game releases at midnight. All of it survives because the internet quietly became a system of neighborhood pantries, restocked overnight, so that almost nothing has to be trucked from the farm while you wait. Video needed one more miracle: compression, and it deserves a passing bow. Raw, uncompressed video is preposterous, on the order of gigabits per second for a sharp picture. What travels to you is a description instead. This block of sky stays the same for the next 2 seconds. This face moves slightly left. Only the differences, encoded cleverly, 100 times smaller. Your device rebuilds the pictures from the description in real time. And the player is also continuously running a little private version of Jacobson's probing. It watches how fast data is actually arriving, and it steps the quality up and down to match, fetching the video in small chunks, keeping a few seconds of buffer ahead of your eyes. When your video stutters and goes soft and blocky for a moment, that is not the system breaking. That is the system negotiating, choosing to keep the show running at lower fidelity rather than stop. Everything you have learned tonight is in that moment. Packets dropping on a congested link somewhere, TCP backing off, the player noticing and downshifting, the buffer absorbing the wobble. A tiny, constant diplomacy conducted in milliseconds, so smooth that we only notice the rare occasions it loses. While we are in the modern plumbing, there are two housekeeping stories from this era you should have, because they explain little mysteries of your daily life. The first is that the internet ran out of addresses, and you are living in the workaround. The original IP design from the 70s gave addresses 32 bits, which allows about 4.3 billion of them. The designers knew it was finite and assumed the experiment would be replaced before it mattered. The experiment was not replaced. It ate the world instead. And by the 90s, the arithmetic was obviously doomed. 4 billion addresses on a planet, heading for tens of billions of devices. Two answers emerged. The stopgap is called NAT, Network Address Translation, and your home router is doing it right now. Your whole household shares one public address. Inside the house, your devices use private numbers that millions of other households are also using. And the router keeps a ledger, rewriting every packet as it passes. This conversation on the inside maps to that one on the outside. It works at the cost of a certain purity, the original dream where every machine could speak directly to every other machine got bent. And now most devices on Earth live behind a translator. The proper fix is IPv6, standardized in the late 90s. With addresses so large, the number is genuinely silly. 340 undecillion, billions of addresses per square millimeter of the Earth's surface. It is deployed beside the old system, carrying somewhere near half of traffic in many countries, and the transition has been running for 25 years and may run for 25 more, because the old system, propped up by translators, works just well enough that nobody is forced to move. Infrastructure changes at the speed of just well enough. There are lessons about humanity in the packet headers, if you look. The second story is about who keeps the lights on, and the honest answer is a federation of the least glamorous organizations imaginable. And the fact that you have never heard of most of them is the system working. The engineers' standards body, the IETF, still runs on the RFC process, open to anyone, no membership required, rough consensus, and running code. The web has its own consortium, run for decades by Berners-Lee himself. The names and numbers, John Postel's old notebook, are handled by ICANN, a California nonprofit whose stewardship of the root the American government formally released in 2016, after years of international argument. Country registries, regional address registries, the root server operators, the cable consortiums, the exchange point cooperatives. No parliament, no chief executive, no headquarters. When people say nobody runs the internet, they mean it is run the way a potluck dinner is run. Everyone brings something, a few people quietly do far more than their share, and it works so reliably that guests assume there must be a restaurant in the back. There is no restaurant. There has never been a restaurant. And because there is no restaurant, when things do break, they break in a particular way, from the inside, by accident, through trust. I promised you the Pakistan story. Here it is, plus 2 friends, because the outage stories are where the internet's true nature shows. In February 2008, the government of Pakistan ordered its providers to block YouTube inside the country over a video it deemed offensive. An engineer at Pakistan Telecom implemented the block in a standard way by announcing inside Pakistan, a route claiming this network is the way to YouTube's addresses, a route more specific than YouTube's own announcement, so routers would prefer it, and pointing it at nothing, a black hole. The mistake was one of scope. The announcement leaked out of Pakistan to an international carrier, which believed it. Remember, BGP runs on trust, and passed it along. Within minutes, routers across the whole planet had learned from each other in good faith that the best path to YouTube was into a hole in Pakistan. YouTube vanished globally for most of the world for about 2 hours until engineers spotted the bogus route and the announcements were corrected and the gossip rippled back. One typo-grade decision in one office and a service used by hundreds of millions dropped off the earth. There have been many incidents in the same family, some accidental, some, security researchers suspect, not. Entire rivers of traffic briefly detoured through unexpected countries. The protocols that hold the core together are being slowly retrofitted with cryptographic checks. The locks are going in here too, but the deep fact remains. The internet's core is a web of promises between organizations, and most of the time, that is enough. And the times it is not are how we find out what it is made of. The second story is October 2016, when a huge chunk of famous websites went unreachable across much of America for a day. Nobody attacked the sites. Somebody attacked DIN, a company most of the public had never heard of, which provided DNS, the phone book, for all of them. The weapon was a botnet called Mirai, an army of hijacked devices flooding DIN servers with garbage queries. And here is the detail to hold on to. The army was not computers. It was webcams, home security cameras, video recorders, cheap connected gadgets, hundreds of thousands of them, conscripted because they shipped with factory passwords nobody ever changed. The Internet of Things had arrived, every object getting a radio and an address, and its dark twin arrived with it. Every object is now also a potential soldier in someone's army. Your light bulb has an IP address, and possibly a criminal record. And the third story, the recent one, October 2021, the day Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp disappeared for 6 hours. A routine maintenance command went wrong and effectively made Facebook's networks withdraw their own BGP announcements, erasing themselves from the world's routing tables. From the Internet's point of view, one of the largest companies on Earth simply ceased to exist on every path, everywhere, at once. My favorite detail, the one I tell people at parties, is that the outage locked the company out of its own buildings because the door badge systems authenticated over the same vanished network. So some of the engineers who needed to fix the problem reportedly had trouble getting into the rooms the problem was in. 3 billion people lost their messaging that day. Small businesses on 3 continents lost a day of trade, and the cause was the system's own perfect, obedient logic. no villain anywhere. The lesson of all three stories is the same, and it is worth saying plainly. The internet does not fail like a machine with a snapped part. It fails like a society through misplaced trust, bad announcements, and dependencies nobody remembered until they tightened. There are a few more rooms in this house I want to show you before we head for the ending. The rooms most tours skip. The internet's basement and its borders. Start with the basement. In the early 2000s, a problem was bothering researchers at a US naval laboratory, of all places. On the internet, everyone can see who is talking to whom. Not necessarily what they say. Encryption handles that. But the pattern, this address contacted that address, is visible to every network in between. For a dissident, a source talking to a journalist, an intelligence officer, or honestly, anyone who thinks patterns of association are their own business, that visibility is a problem. The answer they built is called onion routing, and the network that grew from it is called Tor. The idea is pleasingly literal. Your message gets wrapped in layers of encryption, like an onion, and sent on a detour through 3 volunteer relays around the world. The first relay peels one layer and learns only where to send next. The second peels another, knowing neither who you are nor where the message ends up. The third peels the last and delivers, knowing the destination and nothing about you. Nobody on the path holds both ends of the truth. And here is the part I find genuinely elegant as a piece of institutional design. The Navy released it to the public because an anonymity network only for spies is useless. If the only people whose traffic is anonymized are agents, then anonymized traffic equals agent. And you have anonymized nothing. Secrecy of this kind only works as a crowd. They needed the dissidents, the journalists, the privacy nerds, and yes, the criminals, all mixed together, for anyone to be hidden at all. So Tor became the door to what the press calls the dark web, the layer of sites reachable only through it. And the honest description is that it is exactly what humans always build when nobody is watching, which is to say, everything. Black markets for drugs, most famously the Silk Road, which ran for years like a criminal Amazon with seller ratings and customer service until the FBI arrested its young founder in the science fiction section of a San Francisco public library. And also, whistleblowing drop boxes run by major newspapers, and copies of blocked news sites, and ordinary people in dictatorships reading Wikipedia. The dark web is not a place. It is a property, invisibility. And invisibility does not care what you use it for. The same era gave us the other great underworld story, file sharing. And this one changed your daily life more than you may realize. In 1999, a teenager named Sean Fanning released Napster, which let ordinary people share their music files with each other directly. Within a year, it had tens of millions of users, and the entire recorded music industry's catalog was, effectively, free, which was of course illegal, and the courts shut it down. But Napster had a central directory, a neck to wring. What came next did not. BitTorrent, released in 2001, took the internet's own founding trick, chop everything into pieces, and applied it to distribution. Everyone downloading a file simultaneously uploads the pieces they already have to everyone else. So a popular file distributes itself. The crowd is the server, and there is no center at all. Nothing to shut down, only a swarm. The movie and music industries spent a decade suing individuals, including some famously absurd defendants, and the swarms did not care. What actually ended mass piracy, mostly, was not law. It was Spotify and Netflix, which outcompeted free by being easier than free. That is a strange sentence, and it is the truth. The pirates were beaten by convenience, and half the streaming interfaces you use today are shaped the way they are because they were designed to be less annoying than stealing. And then there are the borders. We have been telling this story as if the internet is one thing, and physically it nearly is. But politically, it has been fracturing for 20 years. And no honest history can skip this. The biggest fact is China. In the late 90s, as the internet arrived, the Chinese government made a bet almost everyone in the West considered impossible: that a country could have the internet's economy without its openness. They built what is formally called the Golden Shield, and informally the Great Firewall, a filtering system at the handful of points where cables cross the border, plus deep inspection inside, plus, most effectively, law, making platforms legally responsible for what their users say, so that the censorship largely runs itself, performed by companies and by the quiet self-editing of hundreds of millions of people who know the boundaries exist without needing them written down. Foreign platforms that would not comply were blocked. Domestic equivalents grew in the shelter, and the result, a generation later, is a parallel internet of 1 billion people, with its own giants, its own culture, its own everything, touching ours mainly through commerce. The bet worked. It is worth sitting with the fact that the century's biggest experiment about whether information wants to be free returned, at minimum, a much more complicated answer than the slogan. And the model travels. Dozens of governments now filter at their borders to varying degrees. Some countries have practiced disconnecting themselves entirely, rehearsing a national intranet that can stand alone. And the crudest tool of all has become routine: the internet shutdown. During protests or exams or elections, a government orders its providers to simply stop, sometimes for a region, sometimes for the whole country, sometimes for months. It happens dozens upon dozens of times a year now, somewhere on Earth. Researchers call the broad trend the splinternet, the slow return of geography to a system designed to ignore it. Licklider's network was supposed to make communities of interest instead of location. It did. And then location, which has armies, noticed, and began reasserting itself, one border router at a time. Both things are true tonight, and the tension between them is one of the live wires running under the rest of this century, and nobody knows how it resolves, and anyone who says they do is selling a newsletter. Before we run the ending, this has all been building toward, I owe you one more tour, and it is the closest one of all. We have crossed oceans tonight. We have stood in desert warehouses and carrier hotels and a naval laboratory basement. And the entire time, there has been a little plastic box in your own home, blinking patiently on a shelf or behind the television, that we have only ever waved at in passing. So come with me. We are going to stand in your hallway and take that box apart And while we are down there, we are going to collect every last piece of vocabulary this subject owns. The addresses, the layers, the locks, the attacks, all of it, unhurried, so that by the time you drift off, you are drifting off holding the whole thing. The first confession is that the box is lying to you. You call it the router. Everyone calls it the router. But that box is actually 3 or 4 separate machines wearing one plastic coat. And it is worth meeting them one at a time, because out in offices and universities and data centers, they really are separate machines. Sometimes the size of refrigerators, each with its own staff and its own budget line. Machine number 1 is the modem. The word is a compression of modulator-demodulator, and its job is translation at the border between 2 physical worlds. Inside your home, information lives as clean digital pulses. On the line coming into your home, whether that line is an old telephone wire, a television cable, or a strand of glass, information has to travel as some kind of continuous physical signal, shaped and tuned for that particular medium. The modem sits with one hand in each world, turning your bits into waves on the way out, and waves back into bits on the way in, billions of times per second, without ever getting to be famous for it. Machine number 2 is the router proper, and now that name earns its keep. A router, remember, is the device that moves packets between different networks. And your home contains exactly that situation, because your home is a network. It has a formal name, a LAN, a local area network, and it means precisely what it says. Your phone, your laptop, the television, the printer that only works when it feels like it. All of them together form one small local network, your own private neighborhood. Everything outside, the provider, the backbone, the other continents, the whole rest of tonight's story, is the Wide Area Network, the WAN. Look at the back of the box someday, and you will see it admits all this in writing. A cluster of ports labeled LAN, and one port, usually set apart in a different color, labeled WAN. That lonely port is the door to everything else, and the router is the doorman deciding what goes through it. Machine number 3 is the switch, which runs the local mail room for anything plugged in by cable, and machine number 4 is the wireless access point, which is simply a radio, translating between the wired network and the air. When your phone shows those little curved bars, it is talking to that radio. Wi-Fi is not a different internet. It is the last 10 meters of the same internet, carried by radio waves instead of copper. And the access point is where the airborne part touches down. Now let us look at your devices themselves, because each one had to bring its own equipment to this party. Any machine that wants to join a network needs a network interface, a piece of hardware that knows how to speak wire or radio. For decades, this was a separate card you slotted into your computer, which is why people still call it a NIC, a network interface card, even now that it has shrunk to a chip smaller than a fingernail and moved on to the main board of everything you own. And here is the detail I love. Every network interface ever manufactured is born with a name. At the factory, each one is stamped with a serial number called a MAC address, 12 characters of letters and digits, and the first half of it identifies the manufacturer. so a person who knows the codes can look at a MAC address the way a farmer reads an ear tag. Ah, this one came from Intel. This one from Samsung. The address is meant to be globally unique. Your laptop's Wi-Fi chip has a name shared by no other chip on Earth, which should immediately raise a question, because you already know every device has an IP address. And now I am telling you it has a MAC address too. Why on earth would anything need two addresses? Here is the way to hold it. A MAC address is like your face. You are born with it. It goes wherever you go, and it never changes. An IP address is like your postal address. It describes where you currently are, and when you move, it changes. Your face is perfect for the people in the same room as you. The barista does not need your postal address to hand you your coffee. They recognize your face. But your face is useless for delivering a letter from another country, because faces are not organized geographically. There is no book that says all faces like this one live in this city. Postal addresses, though, are organized exactly that way. The address itself tells the whole postal system, step by step, how to narrow down the search. Networks work identically. Within your home network, one local room, devices deliver to each other by MAC address, by face. Across the world, packets navigate by IP address, because IP addresses are handed out in organized blocks, so the address itself carries directions. Every packet on your home network is actually wearing both at once, an IP address saying where in the world it is ultimately going, and a MAC address saying which face in this room it should be handed to next. And there is a tiny, ancient protocol whose entire job is connecting those two systems. And I find it charming, because it works exactly like a person shouting in a room. It is called ARP, and it was written up in 1982 in RFC 826, back when the documents were still short. And it has been running ever since, billions of times a second, everywhere on Earth. When your laptop needs to hand a packet to the router, it knows the router's IP address, but needs its face. So it shouts to the whole room, broadcast, everyone, excuse me, who here has this address? And the router, and only the router, answers, that is me. Here is my MAC. Your laptop writes that down in a little notebook, so it does not have to shout again for a while, and the conversation moves on. That is ARP. Who has this address? I do. Thank you. 4 decades old, utterly unglamorous, and your every online moment starts with it. There is a second little ceremony you have triggered thousands of times without knowing, and it happens in the first second after you join any Wi-Fi network. Your phone arrives knowing nobody. It does not even have an IP address yet, because remember, IP addresses describe where you are, and it has just arrived. So it broadcasts a different plea. Hello, I am new here. Can anyone lend me an address? And a service on the router called DHCP answers like a coat check attendant. Welcome. Here is an address you can use. And note that it is a loan, a lease, with an expiry time. So hand it back or renew it. That is why you never type in an address at the airport or a friend's apartment. The network leases you one at the door and takes it back when you leave and lends it to someone else tomorrow. Now look closely at the address you released, because there is a lovely secret hiding in it. In almost every home on Earth, it starts with the same numbers, 192.168. Your neighbor's devices have those numbers too. So do mine. Millions upon millions of homes are all using the same little block of addresses at the same time, and nothing breaks. These are the private address ranges, set aside in the standards for exactly this: addresses that are only meaningful inside a local network and are never allowed out onto the public internet. It is like hotel room numbers. Every hotel on Earth has a room 101, and there is no confusion, because a room number only means something inside its own building. To reach the building itself, you use its public street address. And your home has exactly one of those, the single public IP address your provider assigns to your router. This is the other half of the address shortage workaround we met earlier. The router speaks to the world with its one public address and runs the whole private hotel behind it. While we are holding an IP address in our hands, let me show you the seam running through the middle of it, because this one idea unlocks half of network engineering. Every IP address is secretly two pieces of information fused together. The front part identifies the network, the street, and the back part identifies the host, the individual house on that street. Engineers call them exactly that: the network address and the host address. And the reason this matters is that it gives every device a beautifully cheap way to make the only routing decision it ever needs to make locally. Namely, is my destination on my own street or not? The tool for making that decision is called a subnet mask, which sounds exotic and is really just a stencil. It marks which portion of the address is street and which portion is house. Your laptop lays the stencil over its own address, lays it over the destination's address, and compares streets. Same street? Then deliver directly, by face, by MAC, no router required. Different street. Then the packet goes to the door, to the address every device is told about the moment it joins the network, the default gateway. The gateway is simply the router, wearing its most formal title. It is the device you send everything to when the destination is not local. The way you drop a foreign letter at the post office rather than walking it to another country yourself. And a subnet, a word you have now earned, is nothing more than one of those streets. One slice of a network sharing the same front portion of its addresses. Big organizations carve their address space into many subnets, the way a city is carved into districts, the engineering department on one, the guest Wi-Fi on another, the security cameras on a third, so that traffic can be organized, contained, and reasoned about. Now, since we are standing in the mailroom anyway, let me finally settle a confusion that trips up almost everyone: the difference between a hub, a switch, and a router. Because these three words get used interchangeably in living rooms and mean completely different things. A hub is the oldest and dumbest of the three, and it barely exists anymore. But you should meet it, because its dumbness explains everything that came after. A hub is a box with sockets that repeats whatever comes in on one socket out of all the others. That is the entire product. If your computer sent a packet through a hub, every other machine plugged into it received a copy, and all of them, except the intended one, were expected to politely pretend they had not. It was a party line. Everyone heard everything. Everyone collided with everyone. And hold on to this for later. Anyone who chose to listen to traffic that was not theirs could. A switch is a hub that learned to pay attention. As frames flow through it, the switch quietly memorizes which MAC address, which face, lives on which of its sockets, and builds itself a little seating chart. After that, when a frame arrives addressed to a particular face, the switch delivers it out of that one socket, and nobody else hears a thing. It is the difference between a town crier and a waiter. Modern networks are built almost entirely from switches, from the 4 sockets on the back of your home box to monsters in data centers with hundreds of ports, each one a private lane. And a router, once more with feeling, is the only one of the 3 that connects different networks. Switches deliver within the neighborhood by face. Routers carry between neighborhoods by postal address. If you remember one sentence from the mailroom, make it that one. Professional networks add one more elegant trick to their switches, and you have almost certainly benefited from it without knowing. Imagine a company where accounting, the engineers, and the guest Wi-Fi all plug into the same physical switches, because wiring a building 3 times would be absurd. But you very much do not want a guest's laptop sitting on the same network as the payroll server. So switches can be told to slice themselves into several virtual switches, called VLANs, virtual local area networks. Same metal, same cables, but the switch treats port 1 and port 2 as if they lived in different buildings. Frames belonging to accounting simply never appear on a guest port, enforced in the hardware itself. And when 2 switches on different floors need to carry all of these virtual neighborhoods between them over a single cable, that cable is configured as what is called a trunk. And every frame that crosses it wears a small, numbered tag saying which virtual network it belongs to. So the switch at the far end can sort the mail back out. One wire, many worlds, kept apart by luggage tags. When you join hotel Wi-Fi and cannot see the reception desk's computer, thank a VLAN. While we have the vocabulary out, let us also size things properly, because local area network and wide area network are just 2 entries in a family that runs from your pocket to the planet. Below the LAN, there is the PAN, the personal area network, which is the little bubble of radio around your own body, your earbuds talking to your phone, your watch, all of it usually over Bluetooth, with a range measured in steps. Above the LAN sits the WAN, spanning cities and continents, which is the territory of providers and backbones and the submarine hoses we visited. And off to one side, there is a quieter cousin worth knowing about, the WWSN, the wireless sensor network, which is what you get when the nodes are not computers serving people, but hundreds or thousands of tiny battery-powered sensors scattered across a farm, a glacier, a vineyard, a volcano, each one waking up a few times an hour, whispering a temperature or a vibration reading to its neighbors, and going back to sleep, sipping its battery so gently that it can run for years. The sensors relay for each other, hop by hop, data trickling across the field toward the one node with an internet connection. And if a sensor dies, the others simply route around it, which by now should sound familiar, because it is Baran's survivable network again, shrunk down and scattered in a field. That word, route around, brings us to shapes, because it turns out you can tell most of the history of networking by the shapes networks have been wired in, what engineers call topology. The earliest office networks were a bus, one long shared cable snaking wall to wall with every computer tapped into it, cheap and simple, and with the obvious flaw that one break anywhere took down everyone, and everyone heard everyone. Then came the ring, where each machine passed messages to the next in a circle, and a system called token passing worked like a talking stick. You could only transmit while holding the token, which was orderly and fair and slow. What won in the end was the star, everything wired to a central switch, which is how practically every building on Earth is done today. Easy to grow, easy to fix. One dead cable kills one desk. And at the biggest scale, at the core of the internet itself, between the great routers and exchange points, the shape is mesh, everything connected to several other things, expensive, redundant, and unkillable by any single cut. Which is no accident, because that is the exact shape Baran drew in his RAND reports when he asked what could survive. Your home may have joined the trend recently too. If you have bought one of those Wi-Fi systems with several pods scattered around the house, that is a mesh network in miniature, the pods relaying for each other, so the signal can flow around walls the way packets flow around failures. And underneath every one of these shapes, at the very bottom of everything, there is the question we have been dodging politely all night. What is actually on the wire? When we say bits are traveling, what is traveling? The honest answer is a signal, some physical quantity, wiggling, a voltage on copper rising and falling, light in a fiber pulsing bright and dark, a radio wave shifting its rhythm in the air. And the deepest divide in all of communication engineering is between the two ways a signal can carry information. An analog signal wiggles continuously, its shape a direct portrait of the thing it carries. The way the groove on a vinyl record is a physical drawing of the sound wave itself, infinitely detailed and infinitely vulnerable, because every scratch, every bit of hiss, every degradation becomes part of the portrait, and each copy of a copy gets a little worse. A digital signal gives up the portrait and sends a decision instead. High or low, on or off, 1 or 0. It sounds like a loss, and it is the trick that built the modern world, because a decision can be regenerated perfectly. A pulse arrives at a repeater, slightly frayed and worn from the journey. But the repeater only has to answer one question. Was that a 1 or a 0? And then it mints a brand new, perfect pulse and sends it onward. Noise gets wiped clean at every hop. It is the difference between tracing a drawing, where every generation gets blurrier, and retyping a sentence, where the 1000th copy is as crisp as the first. That is why your grandmother's long-distance calls hissed and faded with distance, and a video call to the far side of the planet today does not. The phone network was born analog and spent a century converting itself, and the internet was born digital and never had to. And since we are standing this close to the foundations, one more name belongs here. Maybe the deepest one in the whole story. In 1948, at Bell Labs, the telephone company's research palace in New Jersey, the same complex of buildings that had produced the transistor the year before, a quiet mathematician named Claude Shannon, a man known for juggling and riding a unicycle through the hallways, published a paper in the Bell System Technical Journal called A Mathematical Theory of Communication. In it, he did something almost absurdly large. He defined what information is. He gave it a unit, the bit, a word that appeared in print there for the very first time. He proved that any channel, a copper wire, a radio wave, a beam of light in glass, has a measurable capacity, a hard ceiling on how much information it can push through its own noise. And he showed that as long as you stay under that ceiling, you can make a transmission as close to perfect as you care to engineer. Every modem, every Wi-Fi chip, every phone tower, every cable under every ocean is, in a real sense, an answer to a question Shannon posed in that paper. Scientific American later called it the Magna Carta of the information age, and for once the grand phrase is deserved, which also means you can finally hear that old dial-up screech for what it was. That was two modems singing to each other across an analog phone line, negotiating, testing the line's quality, agreeing on a rhythm. Two digital creatures working out how to shout numbers across an analog canyon. The song was the handshake. While we are being honest about signals, let me clear up the words your internet provider uses in its advertising, because they are routinely confused, and they are not the same thing. Bandwidth is how much data can flow per second, and the road metaphor serves well. It is the number of lanes on the highway. Latency is how long one single packet takes to make the trip, the length of the road. And they are independent. You can widen a highway to 40 lanes, and it will carry astonishing amounts of traffic. But a single car still takes just as long to get to the far end. This is why a video call over a fat connection can still feel laggy if the route is long, and why the finance industry spends fortunes shaving milliseconds, and why gamers, who care about how fast their one small packet of button presses arrives, obsess over a number called ping, while streamers, who care about how many lanes are open for the flood of video, obsess over megabits. Two different numbers, two different kinds of suffering when they are bad. Two small footnotes that will save you real confusion someday. First, connections are usually asymmetric, faster down than up, because the engineers of home broadband looked at what households did, which was mostly receive, pages, videos, downloads, and split the lanes accordingly, which is why the two numbers on your plan differ, and why the world only started grumbling about upload speeds when everyone suddenly needed to be on camera from their kitchen. Second, the industry measures in megabits per second, while your files measure themselves in megabytes. And a byte is 8 bits. So a 100 megabit connection moves about 12.5 megabytes each second. And the file that says 100 megabytes will take 8 seconds. And no, you are not being cheated. you are being marketed at in a different unit. And since your phone spends most of its life on none of these wires at all, let us give the cellular story its proper shape too, because you have heard its generations flash by tonight in passing. The word cellular is itself the clever idea. Radio spectrum is scarce, and a single mighty tower serving a whole city would let only a handful of calls happen at once. So engineers divided the city into a honeycomb of small cells, each with its own modest tower, reusing the same frequencies over and over in cells far enough apart not to interfere, and taught the system to hand your call from tower to tower as you drive, seamfully or not. That honeycomb is the cell in cell phone. The first generation in the 80s was analog voice, the brick phones, calls drifting on the wind where any hobbyist with a scanner could listen in. The second generation went digital in the 90s. Calls became bits, eavesdropping got harder, and a little afterthought squeezed into the network's spare signaling capacity. The text message became a cultural force nobody planned. The third generation, around the 2000s, was the one built for data. The internet finally properly in your pocket, arriving hand in hand with the smartphone. The fourth generation took the last step that concerns tonight's story. It dropped the old telephone plumbing entirely and rebuilt everything, even voice calls, as packets over IP. So from 4G onward, your calls are, technically speaking, just another app on the internet. Envelopes like everything else. And the century of circuit switching we started this whole story with quietly ended in your pocket without a ceremony. And the fifth generation, rolling out now, uses higher frequencies with shorter reach, which means many more, much smaller cells, in exchange for enormous bandwidth and latencies low enough that engineers talk about controlling machinery over it. Each generation, one theme: the cells get smaller, the honeycomb gets finer, and more of the world dissolves into packets. By now, you have met so many pieces, addresses and frames and packets and ports and protocols, that you deserve the thing every engineer eventually gets, which is the org chart. Because all of this machinery is organized deliberately and beautifully into layers. And the layer picture is honestly the single most useful mental tool in all of networking. Once you have it, everything you have heard tonight snaps into a shelf where it belongs. Here is the idea, and I want to build it with a parcel. Suppose you are sending a fragile gift to a friend overseas. You, the human, care only about the gift. You wrap it and write a card. Then you hand it to a shipping company, and the shipping company does not care what the gift is. It cares about boxes. So it puts your gift in a numbered box. And if the gift is large, it splits it across several numbered boxes so they can be reassembled in order. Then, the international courier takes over. And the courier does not care about your box's numbering. It cares about country and city. So it slaps a shipping label on each box and plans the route. Then in each city along the way, some local van company actually drives the box down particular streets. And the van company does not read the international label's fine print. It just gets the box across town. And at the very bottom of all of it, there is the road itself, the physical asphalt, which cares about nothing at all. Every layer uses the service of the layer below it and provides a service to the layer above it, and no layer needs to understand the other's jobs. The gift does not know about boxes. The boxes do not know about roads, and that ignorance is the design. Each layer can be improved, repaired, or entirely replaced without disturbing the rest, which is how the internet swapped copper for glass and desks for pockets without ever shutting down. Your data goes through exactly this. At the top, an application, your email, your video, produces the gift, which at that layer is just called data. The transport layer, which is TCP, or its fast cousin UDP, chops the data into ordered numbered pieces, and each piece is called a segment, or in UDP's looser world, a datagram. The internet layer, IP, wraps each segment with the global addressing, source, and destination. And now it is called a packet, the envelope we have been following all night. The link layer, which is Ethernet on your cables and Wi-Fi in your air, wraps the packet in the local delivery details, the MAC addresses, the faces, and now it is called a frame. And the physical layer turns the frame into actual wiggles, voltage, light, or radio, and now it is just bits on a medium. Data, segment, packet, frame, bits. Each wrapper nested inside the next, like envelopes inside envelopes, which is why the whole process is called encapsulation. And at the far end, the unwrapping runs in reverse. Bits gathered back into frames. Frames opened to reveal packets. Packets opened to reveal segments. Segments reassembled in order into data. And the gift is placed in your friend's hands with none of the machinery visible. That is 5 layers, and it is the working model of the actual internet, the TCP/IP model. But if you ever take a networking course or sit near network engineers, you will hear about 7. And there is history in the gap. In the late 70s and 80s, the official international standards world, the same kind of committees that standardize paper sizes, set out to design the proper, complete, universal network architecture. And they produced a magnificent paper cathedral called the OSWMT model, with 7 layers. The 5 we just walked, plus 2 more, between transport and application, a session layer and a presentation layer for managing conversations and translating data formats. Governments loved it. Ministries mandated it. Procurement documents required it. And meanwhile, out in the university basements, TCP/IP already existed, was free, shipped inside the popular operating systems, and worked. Through the 80s and early 90s, the two visions genuinely fought for the future, in a slow institutional struggle that people who lived through it call the protocol wars. And it was rough consensus and running code against the perfect design. And running code won completely. The internet you use today is the TCP/IP model, and OSI's session and presentation layers mostly dissolved into the applications themselves. But here is the funny ending. OSI won the language. Engineers everywhere still describe the world in its 7-layer vocabulary, still call an application problem a layer 7 problem. And when a network engineer mutters that an issue is at layer 8, look at the chart. There are only 7 layers. Layer 8 is the human. That joke, and the vocabulary it lives in, is the ghost of the cathedral that lost. And there was a third army in the protocol wars that deserves its moment, because your parents' offices lived inside it. The computer companies themselves. Through the 70s and 80s, every big vendor built its own private networking universe. IBM had Systems Network Architecture, SNA, born in 1974, stately and centralized like IBM itself. And for a long stretch, it carried most of the world's corporate data. Digital Equipment Corporation had DECnet. Apple had AppleTalk, which was very Apple. You connected a cable between a Mac and a printer, and the two simply found each other. No addresses to type, no settings to fight. Novell's NetWare ran the shared file servers of 1 million offices. And IBM pushed a local network design called token ring. Machines arranged in a loop, passing around a permission token before any of them could speak, in a long standards battle against Metcalfe's rowdier Ethernet. Every one of these worked. None of them talked to the others. Buying your computers meant marrying your network, and an IBM office and a DEC office might as well have been on different planets. TCP/IP won that war, partly because it was nobody's product. It was the neutral common tongue, free, openly published, owned by no vendor. And one by one, the private empires learned to speak it, and then quietly dissolved into it. Ethernet beat Token Ring the same way, cheaper and more open. And by the mid-90s, the argument was over. 2 more residents of the layer chart, and then we will go visit the applications upstairs. First, remember ports, the apartment numbers that let one machine hold many conversations. The combination of an IP address and a port number, the building plus the apartment, gets a name of its own, a socket. And that word is load-bearing, because when programmers write anything that touches the network, a game, a browser, an app, the doorway the operating system hands them is called a socket, an interface sketched at Berkeley in the early 80s, and so stubbornly durable that essentially every networked program you have ever used, on every device you have ever owned, has been opening sockets underneath, plugging into the network the way an appliance plugs into a wall. Second, the network keeps a little service channel for talking about itself, called ICMP, and you have seen its work whenever anything says request timed out. ICMP messages are the Postal Service's own memos. This destination is unreachable. This packet's time ran out. And 2 tiny tools built on it are so beloved they have become verbs. Ping sends a small ICMP hello to an address and times the echo, sonar for networks, the first thing any technician on Earth tries. And traceroute is cleverer, and you already know everything needed to understand it. Because remember, the little counter in every packet header, the hop limit that keeps lost packets from wandering forever, where every router subtracts 1 and the packet dies at 0. Traceroute abuses it lovingly. It sends a packet with the counter set to 1, so it dies at the very first router, which sends back an ICMP note saying your packet died here, signed with its address. Then a packet with the counter at 2, which dies at the second router. Then 3. 1 deliberate death per hop, and out of the death notices, it assembles the entire route, hop by hop, city by city. You can run it tonight on any computer and watch your own path across the planet introduce itself, one router at a time. Now upstairs, the application layer, where the protocols actually speak in words. You have already met the biggest resident, HTTP, the web's Fetch Me This Page protocol, and its armored form, HTTPS. But the oldest resident with a full-time job is email, and its carrier protocol deserves a proper hello, because you have used it this week. It is called SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, standardized back in 1982, with John Postel's fingerprints on it. And if you could eavesdrop on 2 mail servers, you would find the conversation almost embarrassingly human. One computer literally opens with the word HELO, spelled with 4 letters, and then says, in nearly plain English, mail from this person, recipient is that person. Here comes the data. That is how every email on Earth moves between providers. And SMTP carries a lesson in its bones, because it was written for the village era of the network, when every operator knew every other. So it was built on pure trust. And in its original form, it simply believed whatever sender name it was given. No verification at all. The envelope's return address taken on faith, which is precisely why spam conquered the world, and why forged emails claiming to be your bank remain possible half a century later. And patches upon patches have been bolted on since to make senders provable. Remember that shape, honest protocol, trusting world, dishonest arrivals, because it is about to become the theme of the whole next chapter. Oh, and the other half of email's plumbing, collecting your mail from your own provider, belongs to 2 other protocols. An older one called POP that downloads and wipes, born when you had one computer, and IMAP, which leaves everything on the server, so your phone, laptop, and tablet all see the same inbox, which is almost certainly the one your devices use today. And one more resident upstairs, because it closes a circle we opened hours ago. Your voice. When you call someone over WhatsApp or FaceTime or a work meeting, or indeed over any modern phone system, your voice is sampled thousands of times a second, compressed and poured into packets like everything else. A technology with the unlovely name of VoIP, Voice over IP. And because a live conversation would rather lose a syllable than pause to wait for it, voice usually rides PUSA's reckless UDP, no retransmissions, no delays. Which is why, when the network hiccups, you do not hear silence. You hear that underwater robot warble, the sound of a codec bravely papering over missing packets. Think about what this means for our story. We began tonight with the telephone, with circuit switching, with a dedicated golden wire per conversation. And the computers had to invent packets because circuits were too wasteful for them. And the ending is that the telephone network itself surrendered. The calls moved on to the packets. The copper circuit network that started everything is being retired around the world as we speak. And the last mile of the victory is sitting in your pocket. The packets did not just join the phone network, they ate it. Which brings us to the logs. We brushed against encryption hours ago in the Netscape chapter, with the paint mixing and the padlock in the browser. And I promised the theme of trust would come back around. It is time to give secrecy its own chapter, because the mathematics of keeping secrets in public is I genuinely believe, one of the most beautiful ideas our species has ever had. And it was invented within living memory, partly by graduate students, and it now runs silently under every tap of your thumb. Start with the ancient version. For most of history, encryption meant one thing: a shared secret. You and I agree on a scheme. Shift every letter 3 places, say, as Julius Caesar actually did, or something far more elaborate. And the same secret both locks and unlocks the message. Engineers call this symmetric encryption, same key on both sides. And refined over centuries, it became very strong enough that breaking one such system, the German Enigma machine, took the assembled geniuses at Bletchley Park and helped decide a world war. But every symmetric system, forever, carried the same curse. Before we can whisper, we must somehow share the key. And we cannot share the key by whispering, because we do not have a whisper yet. Kings solved it with trusted couriers and locked briefcases and sealed wax. And it remained exactly that clumsy for 2,000 years. Now imagine the internet's version of the problem. You want to send your credit card to a shop you discovered 40 seconds ago on another continent, over wires owned by strangers. There is no courier. There is no briefcase. Every word between you is, in effect, shouted across a crowded room. The escape came in 1976, and the paint mixing you already know was the shape of it. 2 researchers at Stanford, Whitfield Diffie, and Diffie-Hellman published a paper with the quietly audacious title, New Directions in Cryptography, in an engineering journal of the IEEE, with the National Science Foundation's grant money in the footnotes. And it showed, mathematically, how 2 strangers could perform that paint-mixing trick with numbers, each holding back a private ingredient, exchanging only mixtures, and arriving at a shared secret that no eavesdropper who saw every message could reconstruct. Key exchange without a courier. The 2,000-year-old curse lifted in 11 pages. And the paper went further, sketching a stranger idea still, that a key could be split into 2 halves. A public half you hand out to absolutely everyone, and a private half you never show a soul. Anyone can lock a message with your public half, and only your private half can unlock it. Asymmetric encryption. The mailbox model? Really, because your mailbox slot is public. Anyone on the street can drop a letter in, and only your key opens the door. A year later, 3 researchers at MIT, Rivest, Shamir, and Adelman, built the first practical system that did it. And its name is just their initials, RSA. And versions of these ideas are what your phone performed several times while you were deciding what to have for dinner tonight. And there is a footnote to 1976 that I have to include, because it is the best kept secret in the whole story. The idea had been discovered before. Years earlier, inside GCHQ, the British government's classified communications agency, a scientist named James Ellis had worked out the possibility of what he called non-secret encryption. And a young mathematician named Clifford Cox, fresh from Cambridge, had gone home after hearing the problem and invented essentially RSA in an evening. All of it was classified. None of it could be published. So these men spent decades watching others independently reinvent their ideas, become famous, and found an industry, while they stayed silent. And the world only learned the truth in 1997, after Ellis had died. Somewhere in every history of secrets, there is a second, quieter history of the secrets about the secrets. The two-key idea has a second superpower, and it runs the modern world just as hard, though it gets less press. Run the mailbox backwards. Lock something with your private key, the one only you hold, and then anything that unlocks neatly with your public key must have come from you. That is a digital signature, mathematical proof of authorship that cannot be forged or denied. And it is how your phone knows a software update actually came from its maker, and not from someone impersonating it. How apps prove their integrity. How increasingly contracts and currencies and identities are anchored. Encryption keeps secrets. Signatures keep promises. But signatures raise the last hard question, the one the padlock in your browser quietly answers every day. Public keys solve whispering to strangers. But when your bank's website hands you a public key, what proves the key belongs to your bank and not to a thief sitting between you handing out keys of his own? Mathematics alone cannot answer that. Somebody has to vouch. So the world built notaries, companies, and organizations called certificate authorities, CAs, whose entire business is checking that a public key really belongs to the website it claims, and then signing a little document, a certificate that says so. Your browser was born with a list of notaries it trusts, and that padlock icon means the site presented a certificate signed by one of them. The signature checked out, and the paint mixing proceeded. The whole system of certificates and authorities and signatures has a suitably grand name, public key infrastructure, and it is the reason the shouted across a room internet can carry your salary, your medical records, and your 3 a.m. secrets. You already know the protocol wearing all of this, from the Netscape chapter, SSL, the thing invented in a hurry so shopping could exist. One small update to the name, because it will save you confusion at some point. When the standards community formally adopted and improved it in 1999, politics between companies required a new name, so SSL became TLS, Transport Layer Security. And engineers have used the two names interchangeably ever since, to everyone's mild irritation. And one big update to the reach. For its first 20 years, encryption was the web's premium feature, banks and checkouts only. Certificates cost money and effort, and the everyday web, your searches, your reading, your messages, traveled naked, readable by anyone along the path. What changed that, remarkably recently, was a non-profit project called Let's Encrypt, launched in 2015 to hand out certificates free, automatically, to anyone. And the padlock went from covering less than half the web's page loads to well over 90% of them within a few years. There are more than a few security engineers who will tell you with a straight face that this was partly a response to something we will reach in a few minutes, a set of documents that came out of Hawaii in 2013 and made the whole industry decide that naked traffic was no longer acceptable. Hold that thread. While we have locks on the table, 3 more citizens of the secrecy world, briskly, because you asked the internet for all of it, and all of it you shall have. First, the VPN, a phrase you have heard in 1,000 podcast advertisements. A virtual private network is mechanically an encrypted tunnel. Your packets sealed whole inside armored envelopes addressed to a VPN server somewhere, which opens them and sends the contents onward as if they were its own. Companies built them first, so an employee's laptop in an airport could sit virtually inside the office network, safe behind its walls. The consumer version sells privacy. Your coffee shop Wi-Fi and your internet provider see only armored envelopes to one server. And websites see the VPN's address rather than yours, which is real as far as it goes. But hold the picture honestly. The tunnel has two ends, and the VPN company at the far end sees everything your provider no longer can. A VPN does not remove the need to trust someone with your traffic. It moves it. Choose accordingly. Second, an ancient art that is not quite encryption and is far stranger, steganography, hiding not the content of a message, but its existence. Herodotus tells of a Greek who shaved a trusted slave's head, tattooed a message on the scalp, waited for the hair to grow back, and sent him off. Message invisible until the next haircut. Invisible ink is the version every child knows, and the digital version is genuinely elegant, because a photograph is millions of pixels, each described by numbers. And if you nudge the least significant digit of each number up or down, the eye sees nothing. And yet those millions of nudges can spell out an entire hidden document, a message wearing a holiday photo as a coat. Encryption hides what you said. Steganography hides that you spoke. Spies, dissidents, and less romantically, malware authors all use it to this day. And some color printers quietly do something adjacent, sprinkling nearly invisible yellow dots across every page that encode the printer's serial number and the time of printing, a fact that has ended at least one leaker's anonymity. And third, the far horizon, quantum, which touches this story twice, once as a threat and once as a promise. The threat is that the public key mathematics protecting the internet, the paint mixing, RSA, all of it, rests on certain problems being too slow for any computer to solve, and a sufficiently large quantum computer, if one is ever built, would solve them quickly, picking every mathematical lock described in this chapter. Nobody has built one big enough. Everybody serious is preparing anyway. And here is the detail that makes it urgent rather than academic. Intelligence agencies are widely believed to be recording encrypted traffic today, in bulk, to store until the day it can be opened. A strategy known, chillingly and accurately, as harvest now, decrypt later. Your secrets have a shelf life. So in 2024, the American Standards Agency, NIST, after a years-long global competition, published the first post-quantum encryption standards. New mathematics believed hard even for quantum machines. And the great migration of the world's locks has already quietly begun. Your newest devices likely speak some of it already. And the promise runs the other way, using quantum physics itself as the lock. In 1984, two researchers, Charles Bennett and Gilles Brassard, worked out a scheme called BB84 after them for sending encryption keys as individual polarized photons, single particles of light. And the security rests not on mathematics, but on a law of nature, that measuring a quantum system disturbs it. An eavesdropper cannot read the photons without smudging them. So eavesdropping is not merely difficult, it is detectable, guaranteed by physics. Quantum key distribution systems exist today, running over dedicated fibers between banks and government sites. And China has demonstrated it from a satellite. The oldest arms race in human history, hiders versus seekers, moving into the quantum world with both sides armed by the same physics. Now the promised chapter. The one about what happened when the village got cities built on it, and the cities got banks, and the banks got robbed. Because here is the original sin of everything you have heard tonight, stated plainly. The internet was built by a few hundred researchers who all knew each other, for a world in which everyone on the network could be trusted. And then it became the nervous system of civilization without ever being rebuilt. The doors have no locks because the architects lived in a town without thieves. Every piece of security you have ever encountered, every password, every padlock, every verification code interrupting your evening, is a lock retrofitted onto a house that was designed without any. The people whose job is defending this house have a compact way of describing what they are even protecting, and it is worth learning because it turns the chaos of attacks you hear about on the news into 3 tidy shelves. They call it the CIA triad. Nothing to do with the agency. Confidentiality, integrity, availability. Confidentiality, secrets stay secret. Integrity, information stays unaltered. The amount on the invoice is the amount that was sent. Availability, the system is there when needed. Every attack ever devised breaks at least one shelf. Stolen data breaks the first. Tampered data breaks the second. And remember the webcam army that took out half the famous websites by sheer flood? That broke the third. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was altered. It was simply made unavailable. And unavailable was expensive enough. Alongside the triad runs a second little litany you have lived, even if you have never heard it named. Identification. You claim to be someone, typing the username. Authentication. You prove it, the password, the fingerprint, the code from the app. And when a system asks for 2 of these at once, something you know plus something you have, that is the 2-factor authentication your bank keeps nagging you about. And the nagging is correct. Authorization. Now that we believe who you are, here is what you are allowed to touch. And accountability. Everything you do gets written down in logs, so there is a story to read afterward. Claim, prove, permit, record. You perform this liturgy a dozen times a day. So how does it actually go wrong? Let me walk you through the rogues gallery, because the taxonomy of attacks sounds technical from a distance and is, up close, mostly very old human tricks wearing new clothes. The oldest trick is simply lying about who you are, and in this world it is called spoofing. Packets, remember, carry a return address that nothing verifies, that village trust again, so a sender can write anyone's address on the envelope. Emails can wear forged senders, as we saw. Caller ID can be forged, which you know if your phone has ever received a scam call, apparently from your own number. The network, by default, believes what it is told. And the most profitable trick is lying about who you are directly to a human being. Phishing, spelled with a PH in the old hacker fashion, is the fake email from your bank, the delivery company, the boss, wearing the right logo and the right tone. Urgent enough to bypass thought, carrying a link to a login page that is a perfect portrait of the real one, except the address is one letter off and everything typed into it goes to a thief. Aimed at millions, it catches thousands. Aimed carefully at one person, using their real colleagues' names and their real projects, it is called spear phishing. And it is how a shocking share of the great corporate breaches you have read about actually began. Not through the firewalls, through an inbox and a tired human at 4 p.m. Security people have a name for the whole art of hacking the human instead of the machine. Social engineering, and its patron saint is a man named Kevin Mitnick, who in the 80s and 90s became the most wanted computer criminal in America, almost entirely on charm. Mitnick's superpower was the telephone and a confident voice, calling a company while sounding like a harried employee from another office, knowing just enough insider vocabulary to be believable, and simply asking for passwords, access, manuals, and getting them over and over from helpful people at hundreds of companies. The FBI hunt for him became legend, complete with a myth, repeated by prosecutors, that he could launch nuclear missiles by whistling into a payphone, which was nonsense and reportedly helped keep him in solitary confinement anyway. He served his years, walked out, and spent the rest of his life as a security consultant, teaching companies to defend against exactly himself. Wrote books, testified before the United States Senate. And when he died in 2023, the industry mourned him as a founding rogue. His lesson never aged a day. The weakest component of any secure system is carbon-based, and no patch exists for helpfulness. Then there are the attacks on the locks themselves, on passwords. And this corner of the gallery concerns you personally. So let us do it properly. A brute force attack tries every combination, and computers are patient. A dictionary attack is smarter, trying words and names and dates, because humans choose words and names and dates. And the modern favorite is credential stuffing, which barely deserves to be called cracking at all. The attacker takes the millions of email and password pairs leaked from one hacked website and simply tries them all on every other website. And it works magnificently. For one reason, people reuse passwords. If you take a single practical instruction from this entire night, let it be this one. A password used twice is a skeleton key you have handed to strangers. How bad is human password imagination? In 2009, a company called RockYou, which made social media widgets, was breached, and 32 million passwords spilled out. And because the company had stored them as plain, readable text, the whole set became public. A complete census of how people actually choose. The most common password was 123456. High on the list, the word password. And that leaked file, rockyou.txt, became a standard tool of the trade. The first dictionary every attacker on Earth reaches for. 16 years old now, and still cracking accounts today. A monument to the fact that we are all more alike than we hope. The plain, readable text part of that story is the real scandal, though, because by 2009, The right way to store passwords had been known for decades, and it is a lovely idea you should own. A responsible website never stores your password at all. When you sign up, your password is fed through something called a hash function, a mathematical blender, one way only, that turns it into a fixed-length string of gibberish. The gibberish cannot be run backwards into the password, ever. That is the mathematics. When you log in, whatever you type gets blended again, and the two gibberishes are compared. Match means correct password, and the site verified you while never keeping the secret itself. So a thief who steals the database steals a warehouse of smoothies and no fruit. Attackers answered with pre-computed tables of the hashes of billions of likely passwords. Rainbow tables, they are called. So defenders answered back with salt, a random pinch of extra characters, different for every single user, mixed in before blending, which makes every user's hash unique even when the passwords match and makes pre-computed tables worthless. And the state-of-the-art goes one step more, using blenders designed to be slow. One of the best known is called Bcrypt, published back in 1999, deliberately expensive so that a login takes an imperceptible fraction of a second, but trying billions of guesses takes an attacker centuries. And it has an adjustable difficulty knob, so it can be slowed further as computers speed up. Which leads to the honest modern advice, and then we will move on. Since the mathematics rewards long and random and unique, and human memory provides short and meaningful and reused, the correct tool is a password manager, a small encrypted vault that invents and remembers a different random monstrosity for every site, guarded by the one strong passphrase you do memorize. It is the rare security advice that makes life easier, and the experts you would trust with your life use it themselves. Some attacks skip both the human and the password, and go for the software's own confusion between data and instructions. And this family has a shared shape worth seeing once, because it is genuinely funny in a dark way. A website asks for your name and feeds the answer into a database query. SQL injection is answering with a name that is not a name, but a fragment of database language, quote marks, to break out of the sentence. Then, commands of the attacker's choosing. So the database, unable to tell the form's contents from its instructions, obediently executes the visitor's will, lists every user, dumps every password hash, or deletes every table. Programmers share a beloved cartoon about a mother who named her son Robert, closing quote, drop all tables, and the school database that learned the hard way. Cross-site scripting, XSS in the trade, is the same prank aimed at browsers. An attacker writes a comment on some page that is secretly a little program. The site displays it unwashed, and every future visitor's browser runs it in their session with their cookies. Command injection is the same again, one level deeper. Sneaking operating system commands through some form field a server passes along carelessly. One disease, many organs, and the cure everywhere is the same discipline. Never trust input. Wash everything. Keep the data and the instructions in separate drawers. And the bleakest member of the family, the drive-by download, needed no form at all. In the bad old days of leaky browsers, Merely visiting a poisoned page was enough for it to slip a program onto your machine through some crack, uninvited, which is a large part of why your browser now updates itself so insistently and why you should always let it. What the burglars leave behind has its own zoology, malware, and the names map to how each one spreads, so they are easy to keep straight. A virus, like its biological namesake, cannot travel alone. It stows away inside a host, a program, a document, and copies itself onward when the host is shared. Which is why it ruled the floppy disk era. A worm needs no host and no human. It crawls from machine to machine across the network under its own power, probing for openings. And the world learned what that meant back in 1988, before the web existed, when a Cornell graduate student named Robert Morris released a self-copying program meant, he said, to measure the size of the internet. A bug in its politeness check made it reinfect machines it had already reached, over and over, until they choked. And within a day, roughly a tenth of the entire internet, several thousand machines then, was down. The young network's first pandemic. Morris became the first person convicted under America's brand new computer crime law. And the shocked researchers founded the world's first computer emergency response team at Carnegie Mellon, the ancestor of every security team working today. He is, at last report, a professor at MIT. A Trojan, of course, is the horse, malware wearing the costume of something you want. A free game, an invoice, a job offer attachment, walked through the gates by your own hand. Spyware settles in quietly to watch, logging keys, reading screens, some sold openly to governments to plant in the phones of journalists. And the modern king is ransomware, which encrypts every file you own with exactly the strong cryptography from the last chapter, and sells you back the key. Secrecy's tools turned against their beneficiaries. Its gangs run like businesses, with customer support chats to help victims buy cryptocurrency. And its bluntness is the point. Hospitals have diverted ambulances. Cities have gone back to paper. Pipelines have stopped. Because somewhere, a tired human opened the wrong attachment. Against all this stands the humble antivirus, which began as a simple lookup of known villains, matching files against a list of fingerprints called signatures, and has had to evolve as malware learned to reshuffle itself into infinite disguises, into something more like a behavioral profiler, watching what programs do, flagging the file that suddenly starts encrypting your documents at midnight, regardless of what it looks like. Two last inhabitants of this world, and then a genuinely modern idea to close the chapter. First, remember the hub, the party line where everyone technically heard everyone? The practice of actually listening is called sniffing, and the industry's standard listening tool is a free program called Wireshark, which puts a network interface into what is honestly called promiscuous mode and shows you every frame passing by, unwrapped, layer by layer. Exactly the envelopes within envelopes from the org chart live. It is dual use in the purest sense, the first tool every network engineer opens to diagnose a problem. The first tool every attacker opens on an open Wi-Fi network, and the best classroom networking has ever had. Run it on your own network some evening, and you will see this entire video scrolling past your eyes. The ARP shouts, the DNS questions, the TLS handshakes, all of it. And its existence is one more reason the padlock matters. On encrypted traffic, the eavesdropper's screen fills with beautiful, useless gibberish. Second, the people. The trade sorts its practitioners by hat. From old westerns, white hats hack with permission, hired to break in and report how black hats are the criminals, and gray hats live in between, breaking in uninvited and then, usually, telling. The industry has even built a legitimate economy on the white end, bug bounties, where the giant companies pay strangers handsomely for responsibly reported holes. An arrangement that would have sounded insane to any other industry. Please break our products, invoice us. And at the bottom of the ladder, the trade's own term of contempt. Script kiddies, people with no understanding running attack tools written by others. Which sounds harmless until you recall that the tools are very good and the internet does not check credentials. And the modern idea. For decades, network defense was the castle, hard walls, one gate, and the gate had a name, the firewall, the checkpoint device deciding which packets may pass, and inside the walls, trust. Because if you were inside, you belonged. Then the walls stopped meaning anything. Laptops wandered to coffee shops and came back. Phones arrived by the thousand. The company's software moved into rented clouds. Employees logged in from kitchens. And one phished password teleported attackers directly into the courtyard, where everything trusted them. So the industry, led by a NIST standards document with the memorable number 800-207, is rebuilding around a philosophy called Zero Trust, whose motto is never trust, always verify, and whose real meaning is that the castle is gone. No inside. Every single request from anyone, anywhere, gets authenticated and authorized on its own merits. Every door checks your keycard every time. The way a hotel does not care that you are standing in the hallway. The hallway proves nothing. Only the key opens the room. Trust, the thing the whole network was innocently built on at the start of this chapter, demoted from a default to a decision. Made fresh, millions of times a second. Everything in that chapter was crime, individuals and gangs against companies and grandmothers. But nations noticed this territory too, and two stories from the same few years mark the moment the internet formally became a domain of statecraft, alongside land, sea, air, and space. Both are worth telling slowly, because both changed the assumptions under everything. The first story surfaced in the summer of 2010, when security researchers began pulling apart a piece of malware found in Iran, of a sophistication nobody had seen before. It carried 4 separate, unknown vulnerabilities, any one of which was worth a fortune on the gray market, an absurd extravagance, like a burglar carrying 4 master keys, each one priceless. It spread by USB stick, which was the tell, because its target sat on networks physically disconnected from the internet. Air-gapped, as the trade says, reachable only by something carried in on a human hand. And the strangest part, on almost every computer it infected, it did precisely nothing. It was looking for one place, one specific industrial installation, checking each new host like a hunter checking a map. And analysts eventually worked out the destination: the uranium enrichment plant at Natanz in Iran. There, and only there, the code they came to call Stuxnet went to work on the specialized computers that controlled the centrifuges, the machines that spin uranium at supersonic speeds, and it made them destroy themselves subtly, spinning them out of their tolerances in bursts, weeks apart, while, and this is the detail that lives in every security lecture since, replaying recorded readings of normal operation to the control room screens. So the operators watched calm, healthy numbers while their machinery quietly tore itself apart. Investigative reporting attributed the operation to American and Israeli intelligence under a program reportedly named Olympic Games. And no government has ever officially confirmed it. What was confirmed, for every government on Earth watching, was the precedent. Code had crossed the border between the digital and the physical and broken actual machinery in another country. No aircraft, no soldiers, no fingerprints. Cyber warfare stopped being a thriller premise, and the world's arsenals quietly gained a new wing. States began stockpiling software vulnerabilities the way they stockpile weapons. And one of the stranger arms races in history was underway. Invisible, undeclared, and running through the same wires as your grocery order. The second story begins in June 2013 in a hotel room in Hong Kong, where a 29-year-old contractor for the National Security Agency named Edward Snowden sat with journalists and began handing over an archive of classified documents, tens of thousands of them, taken from his work for the agency out of an office in Hawaii. What the documents described, program by program, slide by slide, was surveillance at a scale that even the pessimists had not quite claimed out loud. A program called PRISM, collecting user data with the compelled cooperation of the biggest names on the internet. Taps on the private fiber links between tech giants' data centers. Records of essentially every phone call's metadata in America. Who called whom, when, for how long. Tools whose training slides boasted of reaching most of what a typical user does on the internet. And the submarine cables, the beautiful garden hoses on the seabed that carried our story across oceans, tapped in bulk at the landing stations by the American and British agencies. The raw feeds, filtered and stored. The pattern, in fairness, was the century-old one. Remember the telegrams? Governments have read the wires since there were wires. What was new was the scale the technology permitted. Not targets, but populations. Not suspicion, but everything. Stored in case it became interesting. And the fact that nobody outside had been allowed to know the trade-off was being made on their behalf. Snowden fled onward and ended up in Russia, where he remains, hero or traitor, depending on who you ask. And the word Orwellian got a heavy workout in the world's parliaments. But for our story, the aftermath among engineers is the part that stuck. The people who built these systems took the revelations personally. Some of the agency's methods amounted to breaking into the infrastructure they had spent careers building. And the response was concrete. Encryption went from a feature to a default across the industry within a few years. The padlock spread to over 90% of the web. And remember, Let's Encrypt, born 2015. That timing was no coincidence. The giant tech companies encrypted the links between their own data centers with something like Fury. And end-to-end encryption, the strong kind where even the company carrying the message cannot read it, moved from cryptographers' mailing lists into WhatsApp and Signal and your pocket, covering billions of people's daily chatter. The argument it opened is not resolved and will not be in our lifetimes. Security against privacy. The states need to see against the citizen's right to a self that is not on file somewhere. But the technical settlement so far is simply this: the naked internet is gone. And it took one man with a USB drive well within a single decade to end it. After all these dramas, one quieter revolution from the same years, and I include it partly because it is the kind of thing that never makes the news and moves the world anyway. Remember that routers learn their maps by gossip, each one an independent, rather stubborn brain, configured by hand, one at a time, in cryptic dialects. That was fine at 10 routers and absurd at 10,000. And around the mid-2000s, researchers at Stanford and Berkeley began asking a heretical question. Why does every box need its own brain at all? Why not pull the thinking out of the boxes? Run the network's entire intelligence as ordinary software on ordinary servers, and demote the boxes to fast, obedient muscle, forwarding packets according to instructions sent down from above. They split, in the trade's terms, the control plane from the data plane, the deciding from the doing, published a research protocol called OpenFlow to carry the instructions. And the idea got the name Software Defined Networking, SDN, the programmable network. The giants seized it because they were exactly the ones drowning in 10,000 hand-fed boxes. And today, inside the warehouse-sized data centers and across the private global networks of the biggest companies, the network is, in a real sense, one program, rewiring itself in software, shifting rivers of traffic on demand. No screwdriver involved. You will never see it. And it is a fair bet most of tonight's packets were steered by it. And now, before we run the grand replay, let me hand you the last few pieces of vocabulary you specifically hear thrown around, the names of the web's eras and layers, because you have actually already lived through all of them tonight, and you may as well own the words. The first web, the one Berners-Lee released and Mosaic lit up, the web of handmade homepages and physics papers, and that first Cambridge coffee pot camera, got named retroactively Web 1.0, the readable web, pages you could look at, written by the few for the many. The era that followed the crash, the one we walked through with Wikipedia and YouTube and the social feeds, the industry christened Web 2.0, the writable web, where the audience became the authors and the platforms grew rich, hosting what the users made. And that is, for better and worse, the web you live on. And Web 3.0 is the contested name for whatever comes next, claimed most loudly in recent years by the blockchain world for its vision of an ownable, decentralized web. A claim you should regard as marketing until proven otherwise, though it is worth noticing the irony that decentralization, the great buzzword of that pitch, is simply the internet's original design being sold back to it, As for the layers, you will have seen the iceberg drawing somewhere. The tip, labeled surface web. The vast bulk below labeled deep and dark, usually with spooky lighting. The truth is more interesting and much less gothic. The surface web is whatever the search engine's crawlers, the tireless clicking robots we met in the Google chapter, can reach and index every page you can find by searching. The deep web is everything they cannot reach. And before your imagination goes anywhere, understand that it is almost entirely mundane. It is your inbox, your bank statements, your medical records, your company's internal wiki, everything behind a login, a paywall, or a form, which is to say most of the web by volume, invisible to search engines for the excellent reason that it is none of their business. You have spent half your online life in the deep web without a shred of drama. And the dark web, properly speaking, is only that small furthest corner, requiring special software to reach it all. The onion-routed world of Tor we visited in the basement a little while ago, hidden by design rather than by login. So the iceberg picture is right about the proportions and wrong about the mood. The hidden bulk is not menace, it is privacy, mostly yours. All right, we have all the pieces now, every single one. So before the wind down, I want to do the thing this whole video has been building toward. Let's take one ordinary moment of your ordinary day, the kind we started with, and run it in slow motion, all the way through, with everything you now know. Let's order the food. It is evening. You are on the couch. You open the app and tap a picture of a meal, and in the half second after your thumb lifts, all of this happens. Your phone needs to talk to the app's servers, and first it needs the address. So it asks the resolver, Donald Davies's packets, carrying Paul Makapetris' question. The name has been looked up by your neighbors 1,000 times tonight. So the answer comes back from cache in a few milliseconds. A number, an address on surf and cons envelopes. Your phone opens a TCP conversation with that address. The 3-step handshake, hello, hello, confirmed. Then the paint mixing, the padlock handshake, your phone and the server agreeing on a fresh secret in the open, so that everything that follows, your address, your card, your late-night dietary confession, travels as ciphertext that the dozen networks in between can carry but not read. Then the order itself, a few kilobytes, chopped into packets. Radio to the router in the hallway, 30 milliwatts of Wi-Fi. Aloha's grandchildren politely taking turns in the air with your roommate's video stream. Down the building's wiring. Through the street cabinet you have never once looked at. Into your provider's regional routers, each one reading the envelope and doing its one job. Next hop, next hop, next hop. Baran's hot potato. 64 lives ticking down, though it will only need a dozen. Maybe through the yellow patch cords of an exchange point downtown, across into the app company's network, or more likely into a cloud region. A warehouse humming in the dark, outside some town whose name you will never learn, where a load balancer waves your packets toward one server among 10,000 identical siblings. And on that server, in a few milliseconds, your order becomes rows in databases, replicated to a second warehouse in another city before the confirmation is even sent, because the machines assume their own building might die tonight, and they are professionally paranoid so that you can be personally careless. Payment checks fire off to other companies' servers. More handshakes, more envelopes. The restaurant's tablet, sitting behind a NAT router on a commercial broadband line, has been holding a long, mostly silent connection open to the platform. And down that idle wire, suddenly, your order clatters in and the tablet chimes. A courier's phone, on 4G a kilometer away, gets its own little packet storm, an offer, a map, GPS satellites, the one genuinely space-based part of your dinner. Tell the phone where it is. But the offer, the route, the courier's acceptance, all of it travels through towers, through fiber, through the same envelopes as everything else. And back on your couch, your screen updates. Order confirmed. The dots of the courier's progress begin to crawl across a map that is itself being streamed to you in compressed tiles from a cache in your own city. Total elapsed time for the first confirmed round trip, well under a second. Number of machines that touched your dinner, conservatively, hundreds. Number of them you will ever see, 0. Number of human beings who intervened, 0, until a person on a motorbike, guided by the whole apparatus, knocks on your actual door, holding actual food. And the system that did all this was designed by nobody, is owned by nobody, and is composed of 100,000 networks that agreed, without a treaty, to carry each other's envelopes. That agreement, renewed silently 1 trillion times a day, is the internet. Everything else is detail. And you did all of this without thinking, which is the point, and which is also, if you let it be, quietly astonishing. Arthur C. Clarke said, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic." And the internet's version of the trick is stranger. It is sufficiently advanced technology, indistinguishable from nothing at all. It vanished into the walls. The most complicated thing our species ever built became boring, and it only becomes visible again on the rare evening it breaks, or on an evening like this one, when somebody talks you through the walls while you fall asleep, which leaves only the present and the edges of the future. And then I will let you go. The internet you use today is still being rebuilt underneath you, live without downtime, which has been its habit since the Flag Day of 1983. The plumbing itself is changing again. Google's engineers, tired of some of TCP's old manners, the handshake delays, the way one lost packet can hold up everything behind it, built a replacement called QUIC that runs over Pouzan's fast and loose UDP and folds the encryption handshake into the very first packets. And it became the third version of HTTP. A large share of your web traffic already rides it. You never noticed. Nobody sent a notification. Van Jacobson's congestion manners got new dialects too. And the transition happened the way all internet transitions happen, gradually, voluntarily, invisibly, one server and one phone update at a time. Space finally became real competition for the seabed, at least at the edges. Thousands of satellites in low orbit now sell broadband to ships, villages, and war zones, low enough that the delay is livable, numerous enough to cover the places fiber will never justify itself. The last unconnected fractions of humanity, and it is down to fractions now, will mostly be reached by radio from orbit, which would have made the ARPANET people grin. Everything old returns. The Internet of Things kept happening, for better and worse. Tens of billions of devices now hold addresses, doorbells, tractors, insulin pumps, shipping containers, streetlights. The network stopped being a place where people talk and became, additionally, the nervous system of physical civilization, which raises the stakes of every security story I told you earlier. And I will leave that thought there, because you are supposed to be relaxing. And the newest tenant moved in while everyone was watching something else. The machine learning boom of the 20s runs on the same warehouses, the same fiber, the same envelopes, and it is retracing this entire story's oldest pattern. Colossal centralized computers, too expensive for individuals, accessed remotely by many users at once. That is time sharing. 1961, wearing new clothes. Somewhere, right now, a data center is being built with its own power plant, and packets are carrying questions to it, and sentences back. And the people doing it talk exactly like Licklider talked. Partnership between humans and machines, a boon to humanity, if everyone can afford to be on it. His sentence never stopped being the question. So, we are at the end. Let me bring it all the way back, the way we do on this channel. You, in your bed, holding or lying near a warm rectangle. Somewhere in your home, a router is blinking in the dark, taking turns on the air with your neighbor's routers. Aloha's dinner party manners, forever. Underneath your street, glass. Under the highway out of town, more glass, following the telegraph rights of way, following the railways, following, in some places, wagon roads older than the country that built them. At the coast, a hose full of light dives off the continental shelf and does not surface for 6,000 kilometers. On its way down, it passes repeaters that will hum in the blind dark for a quarter century, fed thousands of volts from a building on a beach. Somewhere along its length, this year or next, a fishing anchor will nick it, and a ship will go out, and someone will splice hair-thin glass under a microscope in the swell. And the packets will not even notice, because Baron's fishnet roots around damage as designed always. And through all of it, the envelopes, trillions per day, each one dumb, blind, mortal, 64 hops from oblivion, knowing nothing but an address. Each one handled by machine after machine that asks no questions and keeps no memory. Hot potato, next hop, gone. Out of that idiot simplicity, layered patiently for 50 years, comes everything. The message that made you laugh today, the video of the cat, the invoice, the photo of someone's new baby chopped into 1,500 pieces, scattered across 2 oceans, and reassembled without a scar. Your mother's voice, on packets, Poussin, all the way down. And if some other night you want the longer versions of these stories, you are in luck, because this history was well served by the people who wrote it down. A journalist named Katie Hafner and a writer named Matthew Lyon interviewed the original ARPANET builders while the memories were still warm for a book called Where Wizards Stay Up Late. A historian named Janet Abate dug through the archives and the standards fights for one called Inventing the Internet, published by MIT's own press. Berners-Lee told his side himself in a book called Weaving the Web. And past the books, the raw record sits out in the open, the way this community always kept things. Every RFC ever written, free to read. The original papers in the IEEE and ACM journals, where each of these ideas was first argued into shape. The oral histories that universities and museums recorded while the pioneers were still around to laugh at their own mistakes. Almost nothing in this story is locked away, which is fitting, since openness was the whole idea. I think about the people, mostly. The painter who came home too late and spent the rest of his life making sure no one else would. The undertaker, rigging up automatic switching out of spite, accidentally freeing every future conversation from an operator's ears. Licklider, writing memos to an intergalactic network that did not exist, addressed to colleagues who did not know yet that they were its citizens. Baran, told by the phone company that his fishnet could not work and would not be built. Davies, naming the packet and watching his country decline to fund it. The graduate students who wrote the rules of the new world in documents titled Request for Comments because they were sure the real adults were coming. And the real adults never came. And it turned out the graduate students were the adults, and their politeness became the constitution of a planet. 2 letters, LO, and a crash. A man sending himself QWERTYUIOP between 2 computers 3 meters apart, choosing the @ sign, not telling his boss. A file called hosts.txt, maintained by a woman everyone called Jake, holding the names of every computer on Earth until the Earth outgrew the file. A student writing a language in 10 days. A physicist in Geneva giving the whole thing away, signed forever, so that it would win. Nobody in this story knew what they were building. Not one of them. They solved the problem in front of them, argued in the footnotes, shipped the rough version, and went to bed. The internet is not a cathedral, and it never had an architect. It is a coral reef of good enough decisions, each one alive, each one load-bearing, accumulated over 70 years by people who mostly never met. And it is not finished. It will never be finished. That is the actual difference between the internet and every network before it. The telegraph was a system, and systems get completed and then replaced. The internet is an agreement, and agreements just get renewed or renegotiated or fought over one rough consensus at a time. And right now, tonight, in mailing lists and standards meetings and cable ships and border routers, all of that is happening at once, quietly, while you drift. So tomorrow morning, when you wake up and reach for the rectangle before your feet touch the floor, and the messages are simply there, the way water is simply in the tap. Maybe one time in 100 you will remember. The seabed, the blinking basement, the envelopes, the potluck with no restaurant in the back, and all those people who wanted to know what would happen if the machines could talk and found out, and are still finding out. Because the first word ever sent on this thing was lo. As in, lo and behold. And we have been beholding ever since. That is the entire internet. Thank you for spending the night with it, and with me. This has been Asterly Explains. If you are still awake, you know where the subscribe button is. And if you are not, even better. The packets will keep flowing while you sleep. They always do. Good night.